What's good, baby? What's good? What's good? Welcome in. Ooh, it's a rough one. I guess we'll talk about it. Chris Haynes just reported. This is my favorite annual tweet. Chris Haynes reported Atlanta plans to keep John Collins past the trade deadline. That is just the best. I love that so much. It is the best. Oh, man. They want to trade that dude so bad, and the whole entire league is like, it's cool, yo. I'm good. Not really looking at that. And the Hawks want you to believe that John Collins is so valuable. I mean, John Collins, it's a good ball player, right? But, whew, man. Boy, a lot's happened this morning. Obviously, live radio show begins in about 12 minutes. Thought we'd jump in here a little bit early with all that's going on. Literally every single player that we've ever talked about the Sacramento Kings acquiring was traded today to virtually every team except for the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, the most frustrating part about all of this is the Los Angeles Lakers got a lot better. They got younger. Obviously, the big deal last night with Kevin Durant going to the Phoenix Suns. That was the one that I was there's still one deal out there that I'm just scared to death over, and it's the Golden State Warriors. Hopefully the Golden State Warriors stay nice and quiet for the next 12 minutes. But when we look at the Clippers are just completely retooling their roster. They went and got Eric Gordon. I don't know what that does for the Russell Westbrook stuff, because we sure got a strong feeling yesterday that Russell Westbrook was going to the Los Angeles Lakers, but I don't know how Eric Gordon affects that. The Dallas Mavericks obviously played without Kyrie Irving last night. Or I'm sorry, they played without Luka Doncic last night. We're not going to get a feel. We're not going to have a real idea of what that Dallas Mavericks team looks like until Luka Doncic is back. They certainly looked good last night, though. Kyrie looked great. So people are going to believe the Portland Trailblazers got better. Minnesota, New Orleans, I don't know. But obviously the Sacramento Kings are awfully quiet right now. And I know people don't want to hear this. We talked about this yesterday. What did you want to see them do? Like, what move were they going to make, and how much better were they going to be because they made that move? Mason Plumlee been traded. Darius Bazley been traded. Hell, I think everyone we've ever talked about has been traded. Bones Highland traded. All right. I mean, if you ask yourself honestly, if the Sacramento Kings pulled off a deal right now to Lance, like, would you just feel better because they traded someone? Or is there a trade out there that you believe would absolutely make the Sacramento Kings better? I don't know. Man, KC in here.
Yep.
We're here,
What's
baby.
good? What's good? What's good? What's good?
Obviously, we got a radio show that begins here in about 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes. Gary Payton is back to the Warriors.
Oh, wow.
The Blazers file. What the fuck is going on with these second round picks? What is happening? The Kings have like 4,000 second round picks. Well, that's not the deal I was afraid of, just to be clear.
No.
I was not. I mean, Gary Payton, very, very, very good ball player. Very, very good ball player. But it's a good acquisition for them. These these second round picks things. My goodness gracious, man.
People throwing around picks in general like crazy, man.
Bro, that KD in 4 first round picks is, my goodness, man.
Unprotected, I think, too.
That is something.
I think they were all unprotected or pick swaps or whatever the case may be.
That
no
is
provisions.
Crazy. That is absolutely crazy.
When is KD supposed to be back?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I have no idea. After the All-Star break. After the break? Yeah. See, that's the other thing about Phoenix is, I mean, it's the thing about Phoenix. It's the thing about Kevin Durant. Like how, yeah, they're good. They're dangerous.
Yeah.
KD gonna get healthy just at the right time and not get hurt again. It's the thing that we always talk about with Kevin Durant. When he plays, he is the best player on the planet. Like he is one of, if not the best player on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
But you ain't never gonna get 70 plus games from KD again.
No. And I mean, maybe they factor that in.
Yeah, maybe, and yeah, maybe you don't need it. Maybe people are looking at what Los Angeles did, the Clippers, and what the Clippers did, and they're like, we could ease into a season, start ramping things up a little bit at the year switch, and then you go into the trade deadline. They made some acquisitions today.
I completely understand Phoenix, and I probably do the same thing if I was Phoenix, man. 4 first-round picks. You got Chris Paul right now. You got Devin Booker entering or in his prime.
Phoenix saw it as we've got the window's cracked to win a championship.
Oh yeah, the window they had was done.
Yeah, we've got to go get it.
Yeah.
Like we've got to go get it right now.
Absolutely. I don't have any issue with, if I'm a Suns fan, with what they did. 4 first-round picks. That's more than enough to get Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
No doubt. But these second-round picks are being thrown all over the place, man. It is absolutely wild. The John Collins tweet is my favorite. I don't know if you caught that. You were actually just walking in the building. Chris Haynes, our good, close personal friend.
Shout out Chris Haynes.
Tweeted that the Atlanta Hawks plan to keep John Collins. And I quote tweeted him, this is my favorite annual tweet. It's just amazing. Like every year, it's a tradition unlike any other. Every year, they desperately want to trade John Collins, and every year, we're going to keep it past the deadline.
I wonder if they're going to do this again next year.
Oh, it's a tradition unlike any other.
When will it stop?
I need Jim Nance to start narrating.
What do you think happens first? They stop doing that, or he actually gets traded?
Oh,
I think he actually gets traded.
Yeah, that's the only way that's.
I think they'll do it forever.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that this is going to go on absolutely forever. And I'm here for it. Obviously the official show hasn't started yet, Matt. It's Batty Thursday. You know what time it is.
Batty Thursday.
We are going to let them air horns fly. We are going to start with the victory theme because the Sacramento Kings did win last night, and we're not going to let today. Clippers are sending Reggie Jackson to Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
So I still got a pretty good feeling about Russell Westbrook landing in
Russ
LA.
And Bones Highland. I'm just saying, like, that's their guard situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mason Plumlee also to the Clippers. The Clippers stuff doesn't bother me as much as the Lakers stuff because the Clippers are already a top 6 team.
The Lakers stuff is all right. Like I liked it. I liked it when I first heard it for them. But the more I looked at it, it's a cool move. It's a cool move. I don't know if it's a game changer. I don't know if it's something that moves them into the top 6.
So that's a key thing we got to discuss. One thing I do they did to get younger though, like that. I think that's important to come out point out. They did go from like a geriatric squad to a younger team.
Yeah, like Vanderbilt and Beasley are
Vanderbilt's a good ball player.
They're good ball players.
Yeah,
they're good ball players. Lakers didn't go get KD yesterday. They didn't go get 2 KDs. They didn't even get Mikal Bridges. They got 2 good ball players.
Yeah.
And D'Angelo Russell is good. He's a good ball player. They got better. I don't know how much better. They definitely got better though.
I mean, that's why those losses piling on top of each other mattered so much.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about, I get why people are a little skittish, a little freaked out. Kings actually have a practice today at 1. I asked James if he would, we had talked to James about coming on today, and I was like, hey, what do you think about, we could do 12:45, we could do 10:15, whatever you want. So the Kings called a practice at 1. And then that was it. And then James is not pleased, by the way. That James is very, very unhappy
with no deals going down.
That no deal has been done. He is very, very upset about this. And I'm sure whether he joins us today or he joins us tomorrow, he's going to let us know how unhappy he is about this. There's a lot of people I've had to mute text threads. I've had to mute text threads with some certain friends of the show in Orlando just because I can't deal with them right now. So I get, I started the stream early because I saw a lot of people in the chatty house are a little frustrated with the way today went. And again, I understand, but we'll try to bring some context to this entire thing.
Context, some awareness,
I'm sorry. What does this say? Thomas Bryant requested a trade?
Oh yeah, he said he wanted out of there. He wasn't happy with
he didn't
with his playing time.
He didn't get that post up pass when he was working when LeBron was going for the record. Oh man, he was trying to win a game. LeBron out there trying to break records.
Give me that ball.
Give
me the ball.
He requested a trade right after. It's like, man, did y'all see what I did in Sacramento? My name is Bryant, fam.
Yeah, he said, I want it out of here. He said, I want it out of here. You're gonna bring back AD and give him my spot.
No, leave James out. James literally just ignored me. Maybe his answer was the Kings have practice and I can't do it. Though it doesn't quite match up. So we'll just leave James out and obviously we're not gonna have any shortage of topics. So yeah, we'll be fine. It's Batty Thursday.
Batty Thursday. One of my favorite days of the week. Love Batty Thursday.
Going back to it, what stops first, the John Collins tweets or the Dame is staying tweets?
Oh, that's a good one.
What happened?
What stops first? The John Collins is staying or the Dame Lillard is staying?
Dame Lillard is staying. That stops first. John Collins is forever. As Cardi would say, forever.
This just in. Damian Lillard will not be running from the grind this season.
10 toes down.
Oh boy, Monty hit a wall. Come on, John. Stop it.
They had people tweeting me today. I don't know if you saw it. It was like, yeah, Monty's asleep like he is every trade deadline.
What?
Last year, that boy was sleep as hell. Monty was hell asleep at the trade deadline.
My goodness.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey.
Yeah.
Those air horns signify a couple of things. The trade deadline has officially passed.
It's passed.
And the Sacramento Kings get a victory. Now, not everybody's feeling like a winner right now.
Turn that up.
And we're going to talk about it. But they did get the win last night.
Let's go. They do not know what Sacktown brings. Win on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the.
Hey, that's our man Young Zell right there on the intro. We welcome you into the official start of this Thursday, February 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. Happy birthday to my older sister. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah.
And it seems last night's thrilling win against the Houston Rockets is going to have to take a back seat because the trade deadline has officially came and went, and every single player that we discussed as a potential target for the Sacramento Kings, be it Mason Plumlee, Bones Highland, be it Darius Baisley.
Yep.
I believe every single one has, except maybe Josh Richardson.
No, he's gone.
He's gone too.
Yeah, he's gone too.
Every single person we talked about was traded to someone other than the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings got a practice that gets underway at 1:00. To the best of my understanding, there will be media availability. I don't know if that
Matisse
includes
Thybulle. We didn't mention him.
Matisse Thybulle indeed traded. So I absolutely understand a lot of Kings fans are frustrated because the Sacramento Kings didn't make any moves at this deadline, and I think Sacramento Kings fans are more frustrated because it feels like some teams around them got better. Maybe in some cases, some teams around them got a lot better. KC, let's dive into that.
Let's
and
get
it's
it.
going to take us all 4 hours. It is Batty Thursday, by the way.
Man.
Olivia, Sarah, Matt, all here with us. We saw Dallas last night. I don't think we saw a true indication of what the Dallas Mavericks will look like because Luka Doncic wasn't there. We all know that Kyrie can lead a team. We all know that Luka Doncic can lead a team. The question regarding that deal has been, can Luka and Kyrie lead a team together? All right, you got that. You've got the Phoenix Suns and the 10 o'clock deal last night that sent Kevin Durant to the Phoenix Suns.
Were you awake?
I was.
Okay.
I was. I was not about to start tweeting. It would have kept me up all night if I dove too deep into that. I had actually just silenced everything and put the phone on the little stand, and oh God. Okay, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not getting caught up in it. So I just kind of I saw it. I knew what happened. It's like, I'll deal with this in the morning. Phoenix, who was already a top 16, was one we were kind of talking about from jump. It was one we were a little worried about from jump. It was one that when you look at like the Kyrie thing, like when Kyrie was traded, my first thought was, okay, I'm glad he didn't land in Phoenix. I'm glad, like I could have seen that have been being really tough for them. But they went and got Kevin Durant. They're already a top 16. Okay, like I get it. I get concerns there. We're going to try to bring some levity to that Phoenix Suns situation, but I get why everyone's concerned. We've got the Clippers as a top team in the West anyways.
Yep.
I'm going to stop short of saying rehauled their roster, but boy, by the time Russ hits the buyout market, they're going to be feeling pretty good about where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely. They made some big time moves for what they're trying to do, man. And like you said it best.
I think half of those players that I named about for the Kings all landed in Los Angeles.
Seriously.
In fact, I think if you total it all together, everyone Kings they landed in Los Angeles one way or another. Whether you're wearing Clippers or a Lakers uniform, they landed somewhere.
Yeah.
In Southern California. And then we'll get into some stuff that's debatable. Like, how do you feel about Portland? How do you feel about Minnesota? How do you feel about Utah? How do you feel about the Pelicans? The Pelicans traded Devontae Graham.
I know.
I wanted Devontae Graham.
I like them. I always like
yeah.
Devontae Graham. That's my boy. And they traded him for Josh Richardson. And there's a couple of things going on here with a lot of these trades. Did the team that made the trade get better? Now, we're not talking about the Suns or even Dallas, even though Dallas is debatable too. But we're not talking about that or even the Lakers or anything like that. When you talk about Portland, when you talk about New Orleans, when you talk about what Memphis did, those type of trades, even the Warriors, number one, did those teams really get better, or did they just make a deal to make a deal? And number two, are those players that came in those trades, are they better than what you have when you're talking about the Sacramento Kings? Like right now, I'll just throw out a name. Is Josh Richardson better than Terrence Davis?
I mean, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say no too.
Good. I like Josh Richardson. Yeah, I'm not.
He might be, but it's not like It's not like
It's
KD.
not like, whoa.
Right. Like how much so like, oh, we got to go get Josh Richardson, or no, we got, how much better would you be getting and at what cost? Like if the team chemistry and the way the cohesion with this unit is going is A1, would you be willing to give up some of that just to make a move, really? Just to Josh Richardson coming in? Like they're about the same player. I'm not even gonna say who's better or not. They're about the same level of player. Like I'm not really into making moves to make the moves, and I don't think Monty McNair is either.
Yeah, and that's clear. He's not into moves to just for the sake of making moves. And I think we'll pose this question. We've asked this question all week because we talked yesterday, and I didn't feel like there was an angry response to this conversation we had. Maybe with James being the lone exception who didn't like this conversation, but I think we both said yesterday that the question was asked, do you think something happens in the next 24 hours? And you and I both said, no, we don't. And it wasn't that we didn't want them to. It wasn't that we didn't see a window to them. It certainly wasn't that we had any information that they weren't going to. Right. We just didn't think they were. And we rationalized that with, and this is what I'll ask everyone who's upset with the Kings right now. If you take Mason Plumlee, now you're not taking Mason Plumlee off Charlotte. We'll take Mason Plumlee off of the Clippers, and you put him in Sacramento. Okay, there's a name that's been talked about for weeks, months. What's that do? Realistically, what do you think that it does? Because Phoenix still made the moves, right? The Clippers still made a plethora of other moves that didn't involve Mason Plumlee. The Dallas Mavericks made their moves. The Lakers made their moves. The Minnesota Timberwolves made their moves. What does a Mason Plumlee trade look like? And you can swap out Mason Plumlee. You could throw in Bones Highland. What does the Bones Highland trade mean? If Bones Highland is in Sacramento, what's that do for Sacramento when you take into account everything else that happened? Matisse Thybulle. I wanted Matisse Thybulle here. I was significantly higher on him than you. But so we're going to take Matisse Thybulle off of Portland, right? So we'll take Thybulle off of Portland and we'll put him in Sacramento. Phoenix still happened. Dallas still happened. LA, Minnesota, Utah, all of that stuff still happened. What does it mean? And I think it was that big of a deal.
Not to me. I'm not saying it wasn't important. I'm not saying bringing in those guys wouldn't be a good move or anything like that. I'm just saying that I said it when we were talking about it originally, like 2 weeks ago. You're not going to make the playoffs or not make the playoffs because of Mason Plumlee. You're going to make the playoffs or not make the playoffs based on this roster that you have, and if they execute and perform up to the standards that you're looking at them to do. That doesn't mean Mason Plumlee or Josh Richardson or Bones Highland couldn't help you. Absolutely. They could be beneficial, but that's not the X factor with trying to make these playoffs. So to me, it's just not. So if they had a deal to make that would have made sense, would have hoped they would have been able to get it done. I don't know if they did or not. I know that they didn't make a move, and I'm still okay with the roster. I'm still okay with the squad.
And let's also we talk about this 2-3 times a year: the trade deadline, the draft, and free agency. And what's the word that we always use when we talk about those three things? Hope. It's something we conjure up in our imagination. Hope and change. Hope and change. If we just change this. Last year, how many times did we hear that stupid ass phrase, swing for the fences? Over and over and over and over again. Okay, he did.
Yeah.
He swung. And guess what? As of this point, with 28 games left in the season, 27 games left in the season, whatever it is, he hit a home run. All right. So now here we are. Now what do we? Oh, we just wanted some fine tuning. Word. Okay. So the Mason Plumlees, the Matisse Thybulles, those Matisse Thybulle, like I see this in here. Matisse Thybulle would have meant defense. Right. Got you. You're right. Matisse Thybulle's a great defender. So is Davion Mitchell. How is it working out having one lockdown defender on your squad? How's that look for the entire team? Did they give up 100 and whatever it was the other night? A couple nights ago to New Orleans. That was the Kings team, right?
Yep.
Oh, but Matisse Thybulle would have changed that? What are we doing?
Just talking. That's what we're doing.
We're
just talking and
begging. We're begging for change just for the sake of change's sake.
Right. And I'm not.
I
into it. I'm not
believe
into
there
it.
are reasons the Sacramento Kings could have used help on this roster. I do not, as virtually is the case in every conversation we have, agree with James that I think like the starting the top 8 is gonna like die in the next 28 games. I don't believe
I don't
that.
believe it either.
This team is much better when the bench is clicking like it was last night. And last night was a very rare scenario of the bench being really good and the starters being sketchy, but it ended with the Kings getting a win.
Mm-hmm.
And to think that everything is going to sputter and fall apart because Mason Plumlee isn't here, or Darius Baisley, or Bones Highland, or Matisse Thybulle, I think is a bit silly. You either believe in what Monty McNair has built with this team, or you don't.
Mm-hmm. Simple as that. Simple as that.
Let's address this because this is, well, let's not. Let's step out. Here. I'm going to give John Pohl some love. Is Harrison Barnes a guarantee to re-sign? What if he walks for nothing? We'll address that when we return here. And I'm not feeling good about it. Okay. All right. Stilo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours on ESPN 1320. Jesse didn't hear any of that because I turned the mics off. I had to turn the mics off.
I didn't know.
I had to. I wasn't going. I turned the mics off.
I was like, "We doing this?"
I turned the mics off.
That is wild, though.
I did.
That is wild. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry about that, Patrick. That was a audio mishap. We got it fixed. My bad.
EB, what did I say then? What did I say? Oh man.
That's funny.
He said, I'm good now.
Ezekiel McNair.
He said, I'm good now.
I think I absolutely think you're right about Harrison Barnes. He's not going to extend Sabonis. He's going to extend the offer that he's allowed to. Sabonis isn't going to take it, and then Sabonis will become a free agent next offseason. Everyone knows that that's exactly what's going to happen. It's what has to happen.
Yeah.
So don't panic about that or be concerned about that. It's financially for Sabonis. It's what has to happen.
I just, and we'll talk about it, for anybody in the chat and all this other stuff, call in. I just want to know what you guys wanted. You see a guy like Josh Richardson, and do you think getting him and moving on from a Terrence Davis that's what you got to do to win?
I do not. Lazy, I see you. That's a good idea for a poll question. I'm not going to use that one, but I'm gonna put a different one up today. Maybe I'll use that one tomorrow. While you guys are here, the 500 human beings that are here, could you hit the thumbs up? We appreciate it, man. I'm gonna
thumbs up, baby. Thumbs up. Hit that
start
thumbs
a
up.
poll. Are you upset Kings didn't make a trade.
And here's something that I'm not gonna call it dumb. I'm not gonna call it dumb. I just don't.
I'm gonna rephrase that.
I just don't agree with it. Right. So somebody tweets in this conversation. I don't even know where it came from. He says top 6 isn't a lock. That's my issue. If we miss out, which is very possible, I won't see this season as being a positive. He was aggressive last year and the year before when he didn't have to be. Now it's crickets. Everyone in the West is getting better. I'm just confused. So I need to know if you get Mason Plumlee or Josh Richardson, top 6 would be a lock. That's a yes or no question for everybody out there. For the Jacobs, for everybody that, is talking. If you get Mason Plumlee or Josh Richardson, top 6 was a lock. That's what you're telling me. Marcus, I disagree. You guys are way, way overvaluing those 2 players.
I think Josh Richardson would have helped a lot. Maybe not Plumlee, but I would have took Richardson over TD. I think he's a better defender. I think offensively, he can go out and get a bucket.
And Jesse, he might be, but TD don't even really play. Like who's not? This is what I keep asking. Who's not playing? You want to bring in Plumlee? You probably say Metsu's not playing. Cool. Metsu plays like 7 minutes a night. So there's that. When you talk about a guard, who's not playing now? You cutting De'Aaron's minutes? No. You cutting Monk's minutes? No. Who's not playing? That's what I always say. And people want to say like, all right, well, you want to do that to not play Sabonis for 40 minutes or Fox 38, 40 minutes. That time is over. That's November and December. It's crunch time now. We get past the All-Star break. They need to be playing 38 minutes a night. That time is over. It's time for the heavy hitters to play your heavy minutes. And then when you get in the playoffs, they definitely playing that many minutes. That time is over, man. It's time for the heavy hitters to play.
I think what Kenny's saying is their time is up. Their time is now. They can't see the time is now. Yeah, the second rounder thing is pretty wild, but it doesn't. I know it's. Oh, hang on. Well, people are already upset over the trade deadline. I get the feeling there's more bad news coming our way.
I wasn't going to do Drake Bars today on trade deadline day. I'm not doing Drake Bars today. Business, whether it was good business or whether it was, sad business, happy. It don't. Today was for business. I have Drake Bars ready. We can play it tomorrow if you guys want.
Oh no, the Drake Bars come after wins.
Still celebrating the win. There's no game in between it. It could happen. It's like if they won on Saturday and didn't have a game on Monday.
Yeah. I don't know. It would be great if someone from the free game crew, those are your people.
Those are my guys, man. Those are the young boys, and I say that respectfully and affectionately.
It just dawned on me. I have Sean P's number. Hey, man, will you take 10? It did take him 10 seconds to come up with a Kings rap.
Those are my guys.
We got Young Zell in the studio to make an intro quicker than we got Sean P to do a freestyle
Sean P,
on the Kings.
Kane, you know what I'm saying? Madman only came through one time.
Hey, he came through out the gate, though.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm setting the standard for my crew.
Free game, man. Where my justice, where my people at, though?
Phone lines are open for you. I do want to mention this. We two things regarding listening habits. If you're on youtube.com/ESPN1320, and a lot of you are, we greatly appreciate you being here. Hit the thumbs up on the video. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. And vote in the poll question. Do you think the Kings missed the playoffs? Top 6. Do you think the Kings missed the playoffs because they didn't make a trade? 72% of the voters say no.
I agree with them.
Let's hear what Leezy has to say. 916-909-1320. The phone lines are open for you all day long. Again, 916-909-1320. What's happening, Leezy?
Yo, D-Lo and KC. What's good, kinfolk?
Okay.
What's good, kinfolk?
What's up with it? Hey, Happy New Year, by the way. Casey, I have a question.
Oh, wow.
Quick question for Casey.
What's up, man?
Everyone's talking about Durant to the Suns, Kyrie to the Mavs. Casey, my question was, what do you think about your Lakers getting back D'Angelo Russell, Malik Beasley, and Vanderbilt, and Mo Bamba? I think Lakers could actually get in the playoff picture now. I think they got a good little squad.
First and foremost, don't be disrespectful, Lazy. All right, ain't no my.
Yeah, don't say
Lakers.
Happy New Year. Oh,
Stop it. Both of you, stop it. Ain't no my Lakers and all this other nonsense. Don't be disrespectful,
Okay,
Lazy.
Lake Show.
What the hell is that? I don't even know who said that, to be honest with you. But anyway, don't be disrespectful. The Lakers are cool. They got some cool little police. They got better.
They got better.
They got better.
They got
I don't
better.
know. I don't know how much better. I mean, we talk like, see, here's the crazy thing, right? We talking about Mo Bamba, and I like Mo Bamba more than most, but I can't dispute the fact that last time we saw him on the court, it was for fighting.
Well, that's all right.
You know, that's it.
Everybody wants to fight Austin Rivers.
What's the Mo Bamba highlight package? We don't have
It's him
that.
punching Austin Rivers. Anytime you punch Austin Rivers, that's slide one on the highlight.
That's it. You know, I saw something yesterday. Austin Rivers, remember when he hit that game winner at Chapel Hill?
Nope.
You know, stop it. One of the great moments in Duke, North Carolina history.
That was Austin Rivers that did that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hit the game winner at Chapel Hill.
Blocked that out
Buzzer
of my
beater,
mind.
whatever the case may be. But guess who was walking off the court?
Who?
Harrison Barnes.
Oh.
That's crazy. I don't know whether it's like, dang, Austin Rivers been out of college
Man,
that long.
wow.
Or it's like, damn, Harrison's younger than I thought.
I didn't put the math together on that at all.
Same draft class. That's crazy.
I think Malik Beasley's good too. Like you got a
No, they're
bunch
good.
of
They're good ball
you got a
players.
bunch of like 25, 26-year-olds coming in on a roster that the day before last felt like it was 50.
Yeah, they got better, but I don't know if they're looked at as guaranteed top six.
So
or some people are trying to even say championship contenders. I definitely don't see that.
Let's look at that for a second. They're a team that's 25-30 right now, and it's only a game and a half back from 6. No, excuse me. I'm sorry. That's 2 games back from the play-in, from the bottom rung of the play-in, and it's 4.5 back from the 6th spot.
You know, one thing that I don't think people talk about when they're addressing, they're getting all worried about the Kings and everybody getting better and all this other stuff. A lot of these teams play each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like everybody's just got the Eastern Conference and all the wins are gonna, come from the bottom. Lakers got to play the Western Conference teams.
Yep.
Suns got to play the Mavericks a few times. Clippers got to play the Suns a few times. Like, that's the virtue of being where the Kings are right now. And a lot of people are talking about, and I understand it, Kings got 6 games against the Suns and the Mavericks left. Well, we don't know in 2 of those games what's going on with Luka Doncic. So there's that.
Yep.
And then Tuesday, you're probably going to play the Suns at the easiest point. Anybody will play the Suns for the rest of the season. Because there's no
the All-Star break.
Well, there's no Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And there's no Mikal Bridges or Cam Johnson. I'm not saying it's an easy game, but when you talk about, oh my gosh, they got to play the Suns 3 times. Well, it's not the same Suns you're thinking about.
Chris Paul might be hurt by then too.
Chris Paul might be hurt.
I mean, I don't wish that upon him at all. Or he might not be hurt and just put up 6.
Right.
I don't know. Like Chris Paul's at a different age, hit him quick.
Hey man, somebody said last night, Chris Paul turnaround too quick. He might be out 6 to 8 weeks.
That is cold.
He turned around, somebody called his name. He might be out 6 to 8 weeks.
Who we got here? Let's get Manny. Manny, 916-909-1320. What's happening, Manny?
What's up, y'all?
Manny, what's up, my guy? I ain't heard from my man in a minute.
It's been long work days, man. Long work days.
I feel you.
Look, to me, the trading deadline, I always look at it in 3 parts, right? I look at the teams that are top contenders, the big dogs. I look at the teams that are dismantling. And then you have the guys that are either just in the middle trying to build to that point, right? And you don't know which direction they're going to go long term. And I feel like that's where the Kings are at. Like, we're building towards the future. There's no reason just because everybody else out doing something. I didn't look at them as necessarily title contenders this year. I looked at them as playoff contenders. It's a build. And there's no reason to go mortgage the future or go outrageously pay for something for this year. You got the buyouts that are going to happen if you need to pick up someone to back up some positions. You're solid in your top 5, right? And there's the off season to address anything you need going forward. But to mortgage the future because you're all excited about getting in, which I get the hype and everything that's going on, but the ship is steadily sailing. We're on a good path. Let's stick to that.
I don't disagree with it with a thing Manny said, but I'm gonna play the frustrated fan for a second.
Okay.
I don't feel like a lot of these fans think that teams mortgage their future. Like, we're seeing second round picks getting thrown at a rate I don't think I have never seen anything like I've seen today, where tweet after tweet after tweet just said 5 second round picks, 5 second round picks, 5 second round picks. I'm sorry, how many second rounders are on the Kings roster? Like, so I don't, and I think in Manny, I'm speaking for people I haven't talked to. I think the frustration is like, wait, we had that. Wait, we could have done that. And I think that's what always gets fan bases the most, is when you look at a player, when you look at a deal and you realize the capital that you had. If we're talking draft, you had the draft capital that you had versus what was given up, or the 15th man on the roster that was given. Like, hey, how did we not get in on that? And I'm of the belief maybe it's not that simple. Maybe it's not as simple as, hey, I got 5 first-round picks too, and I've got Alex Lynn, or I've got 5 first-round picks, and I've got this, or I've got that. I don't think it's that simple. Just because your trade machine said it works doesn't mean it actually does for the general managers involved.
Exactly. And we're dealing with real people. We're dealing with real people, real relationships. You could have everything that the Clippers asked for to get Mason Plumlee, or whatever the case may be. He may not want to do a deal with you. It may not even be personal.
Yeah.
And maybe this is my guy. He looked out for me 2 years ago at the deadline. It's time for me to return that favor. Or man, I'm good with his agent. His agent is. These are the other little things that people never really talk about when you talk about making these deals. So when you just look at what was given up and all this other stuff, yeah, I understand. I'm not coming down anybody's lane for being upset with that, but there's other factors that go into making a deal, not just the assets that are out there.
Let's mention my man. His name's too long, so I'm just gonna call him Lucky.
Lil Lucky.
Lucky says Kings will not be in 3rd for long. We'd be in 10th if the West started the season this way. Well, guess what, Lil Lucky? It didn't. Lil Lucky, there's 28 games left. Why are we manufacturing scenarios to which the Kings would be worse? Why are you doing that? The Sacramento Kings are in 3rd. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, they still gonna be in 3rd.
Still gonna be in 3rd.
At some point, the season's gonna run out. And if you believe the Sacramento Kings are gonna collapse, if you believe, in a week they could be 11th. Okay, we've seen that. It didn't take a week. It took significantly longer than a week. So what you're telling me right now is because the Sacramento Kings didn't go get Mason freaking Plumlee, they're going to lose 10 straight like the New Orleans Pelicans did. And, oh, by the way, those same New Orleans Pelicans who last week were in 11th, you know where they're at now? They're at 7th. It's the nature of the conference right now. If you really believe Matisse Thybulle and Mason Plumlee and Bones Highland and Darius Bazley, Josh Richardson, that is what is going to avoid a 9-game winning streak that's going to knock a 9-game losing streak that's going to knock the Sacramento Kings out of playoff contention. God bless you. Your basketball knowledge is deeper than mine.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not seeing it that way. I'm not seeing it that way. And like I continue to talk about, you talk about Mason Plumlee. Mason Plumlee, a better ball player than Metu, better defender than Metu. But what does that do for offense. Everybody looks at it like, he's good at Sabonis with the dribble handoffs and all this other stuff. Well, he's not Sabonis. No matter how good he is at the dribble handoff, can he finish? Can he make his free throws?
Mm-hmm.
Does he have a jump shot like Sabonis? None of the above. He's not Domantas Sabonis. Just because he can go through the dribble handoff, that really don't even matter. Because in the backup unit, Malik Monk is handling the rock. We've seen how that works. So there's pluses and minuses to all this.
So you'd be concerned with those players that we mentioned about bad free throw shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting, because the Kings were 28 of 30 from the free throw line last night in a game they won by 2.
Let's
get Rob on the phone.
Rob, talk to me.
916-909-1320. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys.
What's going on, big dog? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on. So initially I totally agreed with more of the fans than you guys about like, oh, we needed to make a move, watching all these teams make moves that are, around us, and just watching them get better, making moves. And then it starts to sink in. I totally agree with you guys about Plumlee. I've been saying I don't like that idea from the get-go because he's a free agent next year. So why are you going to give up a guy to go get a guy you get signed in the summer? And I mean, unless you're looking at dumping salary, which I get that. I mean, my big question is TD, Terrence Davis. I love TD. He's a great player. He's helped us. He's been great. I have nothing but love for him. But my thing is, he's a free agent this year. And I just don't see us re-signing him when we have Holmes and Domas as free agents. I mean, he's making $4 million this year. He's playing great. Teams are watching him. There's going to be teams out there, I have to imagine, that are going to offer him more than $4 million, and we aren't going to be able to match that. So
I understand that. Yeah.
I think we might just lock TD for nothing in this offseason. So why not make a move for him for Thibault? No, I don't think Thibault's going to push the needle forward like everyone's saying. We needed to go get this guy, or we're not going to be a 3rd seed. Thibault's not going to keep us in the 3rd seed. But if we got Thibault and then maybe traded Holmes for Wiseman or Pirtle, Jakob Pirtle and that could do something. And
no, Rob, I got you. But doesn't Philadelphia and San Antonio have a say in this? And okay, you know what? We're going to get to Terrence Davis in a second. We'll get to Terrence Davis and Harrison Barnes in a second. But our man E-Biz, he's been hanging tight for a minute. E-Biz, what's up, baby?
E-Biz.
Man, we got too many emotional Kings fans, all right? Because look at all the people that was getting emotional before this at the beginning of the season did not even expect us to even be in the 3rd place even right now. That's first of all. Everybody needs to chill. Right? Everybody needs to chill about us not getting anybody right here. You guys need to have hope in the team because you can't find a lot of us did not see us here, but hey, we are. Believe in the team. Don't let some negative reporters like James Ham get you guys all nervous. Believe in the squad.
I love E-Biz. He did. Everybody needs to chill. He damn near sounded emotional, telling everybody not to be emotional. Love you, E-Biz. And now wait a minute. James hasn't even had the chance to be negative yet.
Yeah. Leave James out of this.
We'll get James' ass tomorrow. let James be negative before we kill James for being negative. We got one more, right? Matthew, my bad. 916-909-1320. Matthew, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all feeling?
Good, man.
Good. All right. So I think McNair was put in a tough position this trade deadline because I think you're right. A lot of these role players probably wasn't going to make a big difference either way. But when you look at the future of this team, like Harrison is going to be a free agent, right? Mm-hmm. And if the Kings think that he's going to resign with them, that's probably going to cost you what, $25 million a year, around that. So when you look at Fox,
I think that's
bonus. You think that? All right. So what? Maybe like 20, 22?
I think we can go a little lower, but
I think you're gonna be in the teens.
Yeah, I think so.
Gonna be in the teens.
I think so.
Okay. All right, but he's a free agent, so if a team want him, it could drive the bidding up a little bit.
Sure.
So if your core at that price is going to be Sabonis, Fox, and Harrison, that's a big chunk of your salary cap. Do y'all think that's like enough to be? That's not enough to be a title contender, right? So it kind of puts you in a weird position.
I got you, Matthew. I don't think there was a move out there to make this team a title contender, and this was a conversation that we had all off season and all leading up until 37 minutes ago.
Mhm.
The Harrison Barnes thing. And I thought we had established probably a month ago, maybe longer. You don't trade Harrison Barnes. Not now, not with where this franchise is at, not with where this particular team is at.
Mhm.
You do not trade Harrison Barnes. And, John Poles, we'll go back to John Poles' remark earlier on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Is Harrison Barnes a guarantee to resign? No, he's not. What if he walks for nothing? Well, then he walks for nothing. And that's what happens. Like, what would you rather have them do? Would you rather have them trade him just for the sake of trading him and say, hey, we got something back for him, and then you're really in trouble because a guy who can contribute to your team on a nightly basis is gone. And oh, by the way, the conference still got better. So you just got rid of one of your key offensive players. You got rid of one of your key players, period. And the rest of the conference got better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I look at this thing. I know last year, for a lot of the time before the trade deadline, I was like, yo, Monty got to do something. He's got to do something. He's just letting the season die, and I was really on him to make a deal. That's not what this year is. It's not what this year is. He's done his work. He's built this roster up to the point where it's a playoff roster. It is a playoff roster. It's a playoff team. And he can be a little selective with what he wants to do with some of these trades. He has earned that right, not only with what he's done putting his team together, but the record that they have out there. He doesn't have to make a panic trade or do something just to do something. If the right deal didn't come along, he didn't have to do it. Here's the other thing, and I know this isn't sexy to talk about or to even think about, is once again, Monty needs somebody else to make a deal with him.
Yeah.
We don't know if he offered something or didn't offer anything. We don't know if he didn't offer Terrence Davis, didn't offer a number of second-round picks.
Yeah.
And those things just weren't enough for those guys that he was trying to make a deal with. We don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
We have no idea. So that this year, I don't want to say Monty is Teflon, but he damn near is. He has proven at every turn that he has a good grasp on this franchise, this roster, and the vision that he has for this team. And if it didn't work out at the trade deadline, I sit back and I say, all right, something didn't work out, whether it was the offer he was trying to make or what people were asking for. Something didn't work out. And he feels comfortable enough with this roster to move forward. And I'm cool with that. Let's roll. Like I think I'm one of the few that I look at that roster and I don't think it's as bad as other people make it out to be. I think it's good enough to be a top 6 team in the Western Conference, even now with moves being made. And I still think the roster is good enough. They still, like, one of the things that hasn't been solved is teams, if they score, teams don't catch up with the Kings. And for a long time, we've been told they got to play defense. I know they got to play defense. But what's the record now? I think we might be at, no, it's not 30-6.
No, it's like 28.
28-6.
Absurd. Yeah.
When they score 115 or more, 114 or more.
I think Wilsey had the stat last night, 12-1.
When they score 130 or plus. That still hasn't been solved in this league.
That's a lot of points. I just want to mention one other thing, and we want to get to George and our man Disco Tim here too. Actually, George and Disco Tim. You know what? Let's do that first. I don't want them to wait. 916-909-1320. What's happening, George?
Well, thank you so much for taking my call. I mean, what I'm hearing from you guys that there isn't really a move that would have improved this team. And
Whoa, wait a minute, George. Wait a second, George. I think there are moves that could have made the team better. Mm-hmm. I think what we're talking about is what degree better.
Mm-hmm. That's all.
No, I'm not saying as a fan of the Kings, I wanted to see a slight improvement, and that would be good enough for me.
Sure.
We're talking about Patrick Beverley, that loser, which I think is a troublemaker, and a second rounder for Obama. Aren't you trying to tell me that the Kings wouldn't have been able to offer something a little bit better than that and got Mubamba, Mubamba would have at least helped the Kings just a little bit. I'm not talking about a lot. I'm not talking about any huge moves, but at least we need somebody like Mubamba. I'm just giving you one of the 15 examples.
Don't drop him yet, Jesse. Don't drop him because I want to ask him a question.
We called that man a loser.
George, I don't dispute that the Kings may have had the ammunition to make that trade, but what do you do if Orlando said, what if you offer it and Orlando says, no, we don't want to do that deal with you. We got to deal with the Lakers.
Let me tell you, Patrick Beverly is a how can I say? I think he's a disruptor.
Hey, George, wait, George, hold on. It doesn't matter about the player. If Orlando says, yeah, you got a better deal, we'd rather work with the Lakers. What do you do about that?
No, obviously we can't, but we don't know such a thing has happened, and we don't really know what we even were willing to offer. If we would have offered somebody with 2 second rounders are nothing. How many
But you just said we don't know what was offered. We don't know if they didn't offer that. You just said it.
George, we love you, George. George called that man a loser.
He called him a loser.
George is gonna live in my heart forever. I hope he calls
on that Shrill and Elk Grove tip.
That is comedy. We'll come back. We lost Disco Tim. He's off being positive somewhere.
Disco
means the phone lines are open for you. 916-909.
Tap in with us, man. I want to hear what the people got to say on this trade deadline day.
Yes or no? Have we dispelled some myths this week? Like rookie walls? Can we dispel another one?
What you got?
We'll do it when we get back.
Oh, Greeny Tees.
I was trying to. No, never mind. It's ESPN 1320.
1025 will tell you
why KSFM is the key. ESPN success.
Oh man, I love this, man. I love what's going on today, man. I love it. I love people talking that talk. Oh, I just noticed you got something up there. Yeah, this is official right here. You got something up on, it was blocked when we went to the black. Yeah, that's official. Here we go. I might have a little something here if I just keep this right. I move this thing.
No, I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to utilize this thing is.
Shut the hell up. There we go.
A little lower. On KSFM behind me.
It's a family, man. It's a family. Are people thinking about this off-season people available? We don't have to give up folks if they're available in the free market. It's true too.
Yeah, I mean, Plumlee is. Thibault is. Well, no.
He's
technically
control.
not. Yeah. Well, we're trying to, there's a window right there. So it actually makes the window look covers it up a little bit.
Black basketball channel with Zen Master. He's a Portland guy. He says Dame will request a trade this summer. I don't think he will, man. I don't think Dame. But I mean, you would probably know a little better than I would, but I don't think he will.
What's the poll looking like?
What does a ring do for Dame's career at this point?
I don't think it does anything.
Dame is Dame, man. He's
it's almost Andy Reid at this point.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
I don't believe Andy Reid needed it. It's cool that he got it. He didn't need it. Can we catch up on the thumbs up? Like, we got a lot of votes on the poll question, which is great. We love that. But if y'all could hit the thumbs up, man, that's a big deal for us. If you're not a subscriber yet, we're approaching 4,000. We'd love for you to be a subscriber if you check us out regularly and aren't a subscriber. I know a lot of people just search ESPN 1320 and search Dealing with KC and stuff like that. But if you subscribe, and we'll be ready for you. But hit those thumbs up, man. We should be able to get well past 300 today, into 400, maybe even 500.
gosh. Let me turn the volume up on this one. This was crazy. What did he say? He said something crazy. Hold on. Let me get it back. Nah, he can't. They don't talk that loud, but this guy got beat up at a hockey game.
Uh-oh.
Talking crazy.
Uh-oh.
He was like,
You talking about the dude with the mullet?
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, step your ass down here. Now whoop your ass. And he got handled. I don't know, man. These games just getting crazy, bro.
Is there a press conference scheduled? There is?
I didn't need that. I don't see one.
It's Patty Thursday.
Yeah.
Olivia Christian will be with us coming up in about a half hour. Sara Hodges right after that. The ultimate baddie, Matt George, will close out the show in the 3 o'clock hour. James Ham may or may not join us. I don't know. He's somewhere angry, I think. In fact, I know exactly where he's at. In about 12 minutes, the Kings practice is going to get underway. So if people are saying there's a Kings press conference, I literally know nothing about this.
I'm not saying it's not happening. I just don't see it.
Well, let me look it up and see. I mean, if it's on the Kings website, we'll go to it. We don't need notifications. Hang on here. We'll get in here.
Like Jesse said, I'm not sure what the press conference would be about today.
Maybe addressing why. Maybe the big acquisition of Kessler Edwards.
Yeah. Put a jersey up and everything, even though he's already played.
Oh, that'd be tremendous.
He's already been on the bench. He didn't play yesterday.
Why can't I?
Can we take 2 seconds to talk about the game?
Can you do it so I
Sure.
can? I don't have anything about a Monty. I can't find a Monty press conference anywhere.
I tweeted out last night, and I meant it. Kings got a gift, and I don't care because I love gifts. Said it on J Street Vibes. I love birthday gifts. I love Christmas gifts. I love Easter gifts. I love Kwanzaa gifts. I love Juneteenth gifts.
Oh, those are my favorite.
I love Black History Month gifts.
Those are the best too.
So I'll take them all.
Okay.
I am never apologetic for a gift, and I won't start last night. I'll take it.
It is absolutely insane that the Kings won that basketball game. Insane that they won that game. They were down without the ball with 2 seconds left and won.
And look, one of the gifts they got, I'm gonna be honest with you. We talked about it on the pod. I don't know if Mike Brown caught that timeout before Malik Monk dribbled the ball.
Doesn't matter.
I don't. Yeah, you think they put that on the 2-minute report?
Not our problem. It's in their best interest not to.
Jackasses. They better not. They can do whatever they want. I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. What you gonna do? Start taking wins away? You gonna set a new precedent?
And also, when I talk about gifts, don't get it twisted. I ain't talking about the foul call on De'Aaron Fox. That was a foul. It was a bad IQ play by a seasoned veteran, Eric Gordon. What are you doing? He gave the Kings a gift. He gave the Rockets the double birds on the way out of Houston.
Hit him with the stone cold.
That should have been traded 5 years ago.
Hit him with the stone cold. He was looking mad in the moment, but he turned and looked at Mike Brown and gave him the old wink. It's like, I got you, Brody. I got you.
So hell yeah, man. They shouldn't have won that game based on how it was going, and they found a way to get it done. I was elated last night.
We'll talk a lot more about that game. I think there's a lot of different things to talk about as it pertains to that game. But Can we dispel another myth this week?
Yeah.
We said earlier in the week there's no such thing as a rookie wall. And that night we said that Keegan Murray went out and scored 30.
Mm-hmm.
It's because guys just play bad games sometimes. It happens. It happens whether you've been in the league for 10 years, 5 years, 1 year, 4 months. It happens. But we create these scenarios of, oh, this is rookie wall or the all-star haze. Like we come up with all of these excuses as to why teams or players are playing bad in a particular moment.
Yeah.
The latest one is that when we get back from all-star break, everything's going to change. Teams are going to ramp up. The level of competitiveness is going to change. Oh, these games are going to get tougher. Things are going to get more difficult in these final 27 games of the season.
Yeah.
Since effing when did that happen? I can think of scenarios where it's gone the other direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
And teams have just been like, we good.
Hey, look, people see the finish line in the opposite way.
Yeah,
Like, we here. We at the end, man. What I need to do?
I ain't getting hurt now.
What I need to do?
I'm just going to jog down and get this stop. Ain't going to be me tearing my ACL in the final 2 months of the season.
Not my job.
Kill that noise. If you're not happy that the Sacramento Kings didn't make a trade today, I got you. Like, I understand that. Don't create reasons to be upset. Like my man Lil Lucky, who said, if the season started today, the Kings would be 10th. Well, Brody, it doesn't. We're 50 games into this and they're in third place. That counts for something. The season isn't 27 games long. It isn't 28 games long. Things aren't going to change moving forward. Guys can still get injured in game 65, just like they did in 34. Oh, it's after the All-Star break. Things are going to get tough. Oh, Steph can't get hurt. Kevin Durant can't get hurt.
Right.
These guys can't get hurt just because, ACL, I'm past the All-Star break. What you doing? I'm convinced. I've said this many, many times. This includes me, you, Jesse, James, all of us, sports fans. We are collectively the stupidest group of individuals in existence. There is no one dumber than us. No one dumber than me, you, Jesse, everyone listening to this. We are all collectively irrational human beings. And instead of, man, these dudes had a tough night last night. Well, goddamn, well, the All-Star break is over. What'd you think was going to happen? We didn't get Mason Plumlee. Hey, the season's going to be tough. The Western Conference is a bitch. There's nothing we can do about that. This Kings team is good. You've trusted Monty to this point. You've wanted Monty extended. All right. We hear these dudes. Oh, by the way, I hope, in the next week, we're going to have 2 All-Stars.
Say it.
This is a basketball team with 2 All-Stars on it.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
And I know he went through a stretch that was a little tough. I'd still argue Malik is one of the best 6 men in the league.
You talking about, you took the words right out of my mouth, because you're talking about a team with 2 All-Stars, with an all-rookie first-team player. He's probably going to be second in voting in Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
A 6 Man of the Year award candidate in Malik Monk. Probably the Coach of the Year in Mike Brown. You got enough.
You left something out.
Well, I forget.
The executive.
Oh, front office. Front office who have pushed literally all the right buttons for the last 18 months. They're making all the right moves. This team is good, man. I understand why people are cautious. I understand why people are scared. They could very well fall out of the top 6. I'm not saying it's improbable. I'm not saying it's impossible. But once again, we keep saying it. They're not falling out of the top 6 because they didn't get Josh Richardson or Matisse Thybulle or Mason Plumlee. They'd be falling out of the top 6 because the group that they've had that have proven over the course of 60-something games, 60 games, 59 games, whatever the case may be, have proven how good they are, started to play like they haven't played all season long. They've proved every single time with this team, with this group, they've been questioned. Oh, it's the biggest game of the year. Must win. Got to have it. This stretch right here, they've got to do it. That's been said at least a handful of times. And every single time, they answer the bell.
Yep.
They answer the bell. It's time to put some respect on these guys' name, man.
If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, please. That goes a very long way in helping this show out there in the YouTube world grow. And while you're there, vote on the poll question. The question is, do you think the Kings missed the playoffs? That's top 6 because they didn't make a trade. This poll's been up for 40 minutes. 73% of the vote says no. Sacramento Kings will not miss the playoffs because they didn't make a trade. Let's get to the phone lines. We've got some regulars waiting for us. 916-909-1320. Let me also mention you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Big Al, what's happening, baby?
When you speak truth, you do speak it. Sometimes you get a little, God bless you, you speak truth. I am not in that category of the people you are naming. You are absolutely dead on right when you say all the hackneyed expressions over the years, back to the days when I was playing ball, all that nonsense. You are absolutely dead on right. So good for you. Thank you for reminding people, saying that. It will be the Kings will do it because they played well. You pointed that out. I will tell you this, and it's, of course, what you'd expect. NBA Today, they did not even talk about your and my Sacramento Kings. I mean, they just glossed over it, and they threw in their new 5, and you can imagine who they put up now in the top 1, 2 because of all these activities. And, of course, my Lakers are not there either, and I can understand that because there's a lot for them to prove. Are they better? Yeah, I don't even care if they're better for this year. Did they get younger and more athletic and possibly better if they can keep their people healthy? Yeah, they did. And did they ship out your beloved player? Thank you, Jesus, they did. Thank you.
It's uncalled for. See, Big Al, you had me there for a second because I personally believe every call should start the way Big Al's call started. Everyone should call I am and how smart I am, but then Big Al ruined it. Let's get Bryson.
Had Damian like Randy Orton.
Oh, yeah. Then he hit me with an RKO. Use my own finisher on me. Let's get Bryce in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Bryce?
Hey, man, I'll acknowledge you, Damian. One in the air.
There you go. That's my guy.
There we go.
The thing is yeah, do we want – I mean, I think it's the thing that happens every time, trade deadline in any sport. You know, we want to see somebody new. We want to see, you know, an air quote improvement or, you know, it's just part of it. And the thing that I've been thinking about since this whole thing stopped is, sure, maybe they didn't do anything to some people. You know, maybe the Kings didn't make a move. They didn't. But there's something to be said with the Kings staying with their continuity, staying with, you know, everything that they've been doing. These teams, all these trades, all these things that happened that have shaken up the rest of the division and the rest of the West, all those guys, there's going to be a week, maybe 2. They got to readjust, right? They got to figure out who does what and how this guy plays this, you know, it's where this guy likes his pass. Like, the Kings don't have to do any of that. If they can take advantage of everyone trying to find their own groove again and just stay consistent, it really doesn't matter what they do.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. There's enough time left in the season for them to do it. I'll tell you one thing that did relieve me. I think I mentioned this on the pre-show stream. I don't think we've said it here since the show's actually started. I am relieved Golden State didn't make a move. A major move.
Yeah.
Because it felt like they had the assets to do it. And I thought that could be one that's because I already think the Warriors are really tough.
Like they're good?
Yeah. Yeah. I do.
I mean, without Steph Curry, I don't think they got enough.
But I don't think they're going to finish the season without Steph Curry.
And they never went on the road. They can't defend. They got a lot of the same problems the Kings have, except they can't score
They've been
at a
able,
high enough level.
I could absolutely be wrong. They've been able to win without Steph in the most recent months, though.
At home.
Well, but they're like 7-2.
But that's not enough, though. That's not enough to just win the games at home. That stretch that they had when they were winning with Steph was like a 7-game homestand. They're cool at home. They're atrocious on the road. They're like the worst team in basketball on the road, outside of probably Houston and San Antonio.
They're the worst.
They cannot win on the road. And they give up like 130.
By a lot.
Yeah. And that was with Steph. They can't win on the road without him. So I understand what you're saying. They had a lot of assets to make moves to kind of solidify themselves. I understand completely what you're saying, that them not making a move was a good look. I kind of feel the same way about Memphis. I know they got Luke Kennard, but Memphis, I feel like they had a lot to work with to go get an OG or something like that, and they decided not to do that. So
I don't know how long Steph is out, Brody, but it looks like it looks like starting Saturday. What's today? Thursday?
Thursday.
Yeah, they don't play again until Saturday.
Lakers on Saturday, huh?
Yeah, starting Saturday. 2, 4,
you mean
6, 7? They got like 7 of their next 10 at home.
Oh, you mean to tell me Lakers, Warriors, like these teams are going to play each other? Somebody's got to lose.
Well, no, I know what. No, I know what point you're making. I'm just saying, but point I was making, they're playing a lot of games at home.
I mean, they got games at home. They still got to win those games without Steph.
Okay, all right.
I
broadcast.
I don't think the Warriors are making the top 6.
Okay. I maybe they're not, but I think they're going to make life difficult for a lot of people. All right, let's get Ramsey in here. Ramsey, talk to me.
Here's my whole take. The Kings are in a position of strength. They played 54 games to get themselves to third place, and every team that's made a move are teams trying to chase the Kings and catch the Kings. The Kings are in a position of strength. They built up enough equity to have teams try to chase and try to get past them. The Kings just need to keep pace. I mean, people are sounding like they did last year when the Kings traded Tyrese Halliburton for DeMarcus Sabonis. Like doom and gloom, woe is me. No, the Kings are in a position of strength. That's where the positivity is. That's where you need to take some form of strength. Everyone has to catch the Kings other than Denver and Memphis. And Memphis, we don't know what they're doing. So the Kings, all they need to do is just continue on the same path, and they'll be just fine.
All right, Ramsey.
I hear you, Ramsey.
Appreciate
I hear
it, bro.
you. Yeah.
Look at Ramsey coming in here measured. Oh, it's a good question, Rob W. What is Ramsey driving by? How do we? That's me. How do we not ask Ramsey?
Marie's Donuts.
Probably.
Hey, I got a question for you because I was looking at the Warriors road schedule.
Okay.
You think they get to 10 road wins?
They're at 7.
Yeah.
Come on, you mean on the season?
On the season. Well, look, I only asked that. I
don't you know it's basketball gets tougher after the All-Star break. They're going to get better magically just because of the time on the calendar.
I asked it. So look, this is why I asked the question, because these are the road games they have left: the Clippers, the Lakers, the Thunder, the Grizzlies, the Clippers, the Hawks, the Grizzlies, the Rockets, the Mavericks, Denver, Sacramento, and Portland.
They're getting to 10 wins. Stop it. Stop that.
The only game in there is the Rockets, where I'm like, yeah, that'll be the only game they're favored. Is the Rockets?
That might be true. What, Atlanta?
I think Atlanta will be favored.
All right.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I just looked at it like, damn.
I'm working myself into frustration for no reason right now, because now you're making fun of schedules and you're looking at all this stuff. And I'm starting to think about, like, why do we do this thing where we say that, basketball changes it? Oh, playoff basketball, it's so much harder, as if it's like some mythical time of the year, and people don't provide context to that. The reason playoff basketball is tougher is because you're playing the same team over and over and over again. Literally, it is the same exact game you played 82 times before. You're just playing the same team over and over and over again. In that scenario, makes the situation more difficult. It's not, oh, it play. Kenny, playoff basketball. God, we're stupid. We're so stupid.
It's funny you say that because
Jesse wants a week off to go to the Celtics parade at this point. Like, things are crazy.
You say that because I thought about this goes into another ism or whatever, and I do think there's like something to it, but I was when the Niners were in the NFC Championship game, and Brock Purdy, like the thought was, Brock Purdy, he ain't never played in nothing like this. He ain't never had 70,000 fans screaming at him. Oh, he ain't done it. He ain't never been here. So do you think Iowa versus Iowa State was not pressure filled? I thought about that because, and it's different, right? It is different. I understand. But I went to a high school game last night. Franklin versus Consumnes Oaks. You don't think that was pressure filled for those kids playing out there with the pack gym and everybody's like, these people have played in pressure moments. People have played in playoff atmospheres. People have played now in these situations, teams in back-to-back games. Like it happens. There is a bit of an adjustment, so I don't want to completely dismiss it, but it's not something that like takes you forever to adjust to. It's really not. Like if you're a lot of the stuff with my experiences, the most nervous I've ever been on a basketball court. You want to know the most nervous I've ever been on a basketball court? Is when I was playing pros versus Joes. And I had a free throw that would have weighed us $15,000. That was nervous. After when we was playing against the pros, it was like awkward for the first 2-3 minutes. It was like we playing. When you play playoff games, when you play big games, yeah, there's this nervous energy at first. All gets going after a while. Then you just playing basketball. It's basketball. It's football. It's sports. It's whatever. Like you just start playing.
But it's past the All-Star break, so it's different. I swear to God, if James Ham says that tomorrow, I'm getting in that brown pickup truck.
Schedule's brutal. It's brutal.
He hit all the bingo card notes yesterday.
Ramsey with the nice little quote here. Kings are 6-2 in mini series games so far this year.
That is a good note.
Yeah,
that's a real good note. Was
Soren. KC bingo when I was on Bros versus Jones.
I'm calling Cap. You don't bring that up.
Soren.
I'm calling Cap, Soren. Kenny doesn't bring that up very often.
Well, I was nervous at that free throw.
You bring up the 49ers having 12 Super Bowls more often than you bring up pros versus Joes.
I'm almost putting this last one in there too.
You can't do that.
I'm almost putting that.
I'm not
they didn't
allowing
have a quarterback. Come on, man.
Okay.
They didn't have a quarterback.
So they just would have beaten Kansas City?
I don't know.
A team that they lost 44 to.
All of these things aren't in the Super Bowl.
But yet you continue to give them Super Bowl rings for them.
I said
they can't even make a sweater big enough. But poor Butcher Boy can't even get a sweater with the KC rings on it.
They're all possibles.
Ain't enough cloth
They're all
for
possibles. There is a possibility that they could have 11.
Well, the Kings would have finished with 50 wins had they gotten Mason Plumlee. I'll tell you that. So, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Because I think this was brought up. Let's get Jamil first. Let's get Jamil, and then we'll go to it. Jay, what's going on, man?
What's up, KC? What's up, D-Lo? I appreciate you guys, man. I'm out here at work. I listen to you guys all the time. Appreciate the show. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say to all them Sacramento fans that are stressing and sweating, man, let's speed up to what is it? Late April, early May. Let's light the beam already, man.
Let's go, baby.
I'm gonna say it right now.
Let's go, baby.
Yes, sir, Jamil.
Because I don't know what they're watching. NBA, it's a long season, man. People get hurt. I'm not worried about that KD trade. If people haven't watched basketball the last 3 years, KD plays, 60-70% of every NBA season the last 3 seasons? I ain't worried about KD, man. He's at the pit stop, man. He needs to change a couple tires, man. That's where he's at in his career right now. I'm not worried about KD. They're going to make some noise. I'm not worried about the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Memphis is the only team that I've been watching that they're just scrappy, man. They don't go away. Memphis is the team that I don't want to play in the playoffs. And if the Warriors start on the uprise. Maybe those are the two teams that I'd say I don't want to say afraid of, but they're a problem.
Mm-hmm.
They're a problem to me. But just want to voice my opinion. All those fans that are worried about us not making the trade, man. Speed up to the back part of April. Light the beam, man.
That's what's up. Trust the
Much
beam.
love,
Appreciate
Jamel.
Jamel. That's good
Yes,
stuff,
sir.
man.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
the love.
Hey, look, man, and another thing
Some of
that's
y'all need to
happened-
light the beam right now.
Go light it, damn it. The Kings, Ramsey brought up a good point as well. Kings have done their job. They've done their work early, right? They've eaten their vegetables, right? Because it still holds true. They're 8 games over 500. Worst case, I'm not saying this is the worst case scenario, but let's just say you play 500 ball the rest of the way. You finish the season 8 games over. And that's because of the work you did right now. If the Kings were 500 right now, like, yeah, you'd be worried. Like, I don't know. But no, they've done their work early. They put themselves in a position where if they just play as good as they've done all year long, you got a playoff team, man. Come on now.
I want to talk a little bit about the game last night.
Hey.
Olivia Christian joins us. Sara Hodges after that. Matt George after that.
Batty Thursday.
We'll get back to the phones. We'll keep you updated on what's going on at Kings practice as well. So much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Tell them like the beam now.
Somebody asked the question. What up, Maybacko? I gotta address it.
Can you reset? Oh, you look a little, not you look fantastic. Your screen looks a little rocky. So can you do the full reset like we did last week, and we'll be right back? Okay. It worked perfectly last week. So
IPH asked the question, did you hit the $15,000 free throw, Kenny? 2 shots. We were down 1. I missed the first one, made the second. We were tied.
And
And
so
then,
did you get $7,500?
No, we got nothing because the guy who was a ringer fouled Chris Mullen on a pump fake with 2 seconds to go. Chris hit 2 free throws. We lost.
It was clear in the episode too. Like, I'm not even joking. It's like literally just don't foul Chris Mullen. The dude freaking fouls him. That dude was there to throw the game for Kenny's team.
Absolutely. The fix was in.
Is that why you're so angry when people miss free throws? Because a missed free throw cost you $15,000.
Well, it wouldn't have cost me anything. We would have lost by 1 instead of 2 because the ringer fouled Chris Mullen. We were tied.
Oh, I see.
And Chris Mullen went to the line for 2. But I was nervous, but I mean, it was a shot that was right on. It bounced in and out like 4 times, came out. But that was the most nervous I've ever been in basketball. Nothing comes close. I never really been nervous outside of that.
That dude said, I'm a pro golfer by day, hooper by night. I knew after that, I was like, Kenny's not winning.
Man, me and my other dude was hooping, man, and this dude was he was the mole. He was the mole.
Oh boy. I'm just now seeing this tweet.
What's that?
Oh, I have plans, and it's all Kenny's fault. Signed, Matt George.
I think he coming with Drake bars.
Oh boy.
Matt George, the McFoley of this show.
Not a bad comp. Not a bad comp. The 3 faces of Georgie. The 3 faces.
Bang,
of
bang.
Georgie.
Bang bang. Now this is some great stuff by Jay Cliff.
There she is. There she is.
How is it
You
better?
look- Yeah,
Maybach. Oh, what up,
sometimes
girl?
It happens at the house. Sometimes we just need to reset. That's all.
Awesome.
hair
Hey,
looks-
thank you. I got a blowout the other day.
I know, that's why I said it.
No, the video in front of the window with the light hitting the. Yeah, that was fire. Like, I can't send the big heart emojis to you because it's inappropriate because we're like family. But that's a good look.
You could send the fire one.
Yeah, the fire would have worked. Yeah, the fire would.
Yeah, I have to find reasons to go on a happy hour or something after I get my hair done. I'm like, I spent all this time. I need to go out.
Absolutely. Did you go out?
No, I just walked over to the window and shot that video, and then I sat on the
Need to go out
with some popcorn and a beer.
Yeah. So
No beer. No beer.
Oh, good for you.
Jay Cliff, to the point that I made before
I kind of look like I don't have
before
clothes on.
the break. It says to be
It
outside.
does kind of look like that. But I just thought, hey, getting a little
I
risky.
promise it's hot. It's like 80 something degrees right now.
OnlyFans version of D'Lo and KC.
To be outside of the top 6 if the Kings finish the season going 500. The 7th seed would have to go 17-9. The AC would have to go 15-9. The 9th seed would have to go 17-10, and the 10th seed would have to go 18-9 to overtake the Kings if the Kings win 500. I mean, that's like it's a lot of teams getting hot, and they're playing each other.
Yeah. If you're just tapping in, hit the thumbs up. We should be able to break 300 by the time this commercial break is over. We start working our way to 400 before the show's over, man. So that's good stuff. That's good stuff.
So, Kenny, you were in Baltimore?
Yeah, I was in B-More for.
Have you fully defrosted, or?
I have. It took a while because it was freezing.
I got family out there.
I think I accidentally logged into Facebook and I saw the plane pic. I was like, man, Kenny was even bundled up on the plane.
Yeah, I was cold on the plane. I kept the beanie on. It was. Woo! I'm back now, though. I'm back to my California roots now, though.
What up, Coach Molly? I'm like you, though, Casey. I'm always freezing. Well, I don't know if you're always freezing on a plane, but I bring layers because I can't stand it.
I'm always hot when I first get on, and then I get cold. Somebody always wants to keep the little stupid air conditioner on.
Yeah.
Turn it off.
Well, the fact that that's not really air conditioner either. It's just recycled air blowing directly in your face.
Yeah.
Did you wear a mask on the plane?
A couple times. The second time I did.
That ain't never gonna change for me. Like I'm wearing that joint every time on the plane. Hang on.
But don't they say?
Live on the Odyssey app, live on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons if you're watching. We're live on Twitch as well, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, 98.5 FM HD. If you're scrolling through Twitter, you see us. If you're scrolling through Facebook and you see us on Facebook Live, wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. The trade deadline has came and went, and I don't know, come and gone. Came and went, come and gone. I don't know. The outcome is still exactly the same, though. Sacramento Kings didn't make any moves, and everybody has different feelings about that. We welcome in the host of the game last nightcap and soon-to-be host of She Got Next.
Okay.
Olivia Christian.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a break from talking about the Kings not making a trade and trying to calm everybody down and talk about the fact that the Sacramento Kings actually got a victory last night. Let's very literally talk about the game last night. Hey, I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. A win is a win. A win is a win. I'll take the W.
I was so set on that team losing in those final seconds that when they finally stole them, it was just like, I don't care. I'll take it.
Houston tried their best to give that game away multiple times. Please take one. Like, you were fighting so hard. They stayed in the game. And the Kings, I always say it's so hard to beat those teams that you're expected to beat. Those teams that are in 12th, 11th place, who are just having fun, trying to figure each other out. They have nothing to lose. And at the tail end of a road trip that was, super long for them, I understood why it was a challenge in a way, but they got lucky. The Rockets gave that game away. They got lucky, and we'll take the W when we can get it.
That's fine with us.
I'm not tripping off. Yeah, I'm not tripping off that at all. Had me walk around down the street today like Jay Versace. I don't know about that Jay Versace. When he walking, he just feeling good, feeling great. I don't know about that.
Apologies to the entire radio audience right now.
Y'all gotta get outside. That's not my fault that y'all don't know who Jay Versace is. He was over
I meant the movement
that the physical movements you were displaying. People can't,
Physical movement doesn't quite. It's like sometimes I wonder, do people look down at the Odyssey app or just like look at the radio when we start doing all of these visual bits that we do on the show?
No, man, I felt great last night. I felt great after that win. And hidden in the gift that was given by the Houston Rockets, Kings actually did make some plays down the stretch. De'Aaron Fox, I thought that steal on Jalen Green was huge. I think it was
They were down 5 at that point, I think.
I thought it might have been 5-2. So it might have been a 5-point game. Houston had the ball with around a minute to go. And De'Aaron Fox picks his pocket, and goes in for a score and makes it a 1-score game with, I think, about 50 seconds to go. That was a huge play.
Yeah.
That was a big play.
That
And then
play-
they took some shots later on in that last minute as well.
That play followed by Keegan's charge.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't need to make that run. I can't recall the player who did it. Obviously, a young guy trying to do something in the last few seconds.
Yeah, it was KJ Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, like you could have dished that. You could have dribbled it out, but you tried to go hard, and Keegan stepped in. That was another them trying to give the game away. I don't know if I was walking around feeling happy after the end of that game. Like, yeah, but I was like, all right, a win is a win. Like, if a team is going to put it on a platter for you, foul you with 0.7 seconds left so you can take 3, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Always be happy with the win. Always. I'm always happy after a win.
Can we
One thing that's interesting to me about De'Aaron Fox, and this is a conversation I think that I'm sure you guys have had, and he clearly has the ability to turn it on, turn it off, dial it up, dial it down, whenever he feels like it. Last week when James was here, I was asking, like, why aren't teams doing a better job preparing to handle De'Aaron Fox? And, sometimes they're limited in their ability to do that, or they just aren't game planning in a way that I think could really kind of tie him up at least a little bit, at least take some seconds off the shot clock. Now, I'm not advocating for it. I just think it's wild that they still haven't adjusted. But one thing that came to mind last night was, in thinking about how long this season is, De'Aaron Fox is really smart about how he conserves his energy. Like, I don't like it all the time when he's saving it for the fourth quarter. It seems like he's saving it I'm like, why do you only show up then? But it's a long season. It's a long game. And it seems to me that as he's improved, as he's gotten more, years in the league, he's learned how to be able to turn it on, turn it off when he needs to, come up with big plays like that steal last night, and really be able to change the game or seal the deal and have a win like that. I think as an organization, the fact that Coach Brown, weeks ago, I talked about how he shared that they try to have these mini seasons. Every 5 games is a mini season. The goal is to win 3 out of them and have those incremental wins, improve in incremental ways, and have some longevity to the season where there isn't a big fall off after the break. So I think individually, De'Aaron Fox obviously is the heart and soul of this team in terms of like his ability to just create for himself and others. They miss him a lot when he's gone, but I like the way that he's approaching the game. I like the way that the team is continuing to approach these wins. It is difficult to win against teams who can just throw up anything, and it's a win-win scenario because it's a learning process for them. But I think by and large, the Kings, who are continuing to be the best road team in the Western Conference, have done what it takes. And I think they deserve this break. They got a couple more before they can take a breather. But I'm impressed with the fact that they've had such a great season thus far. And again, have been pacing themselves in a way that I think they've set themselves up for more success on the back end.
I think one thing about De'Aaron that, because we talk about the, fourth quarter Fox, he was 5 of 9 last night for 13 points in the fourth quarter. And every single one of those points in the 2-point victory obviously is massive. But we talk about the turning it on, turning it off thing, and we've talked about that so much this year. We were talking about as recently as a couple of weeks ago, and I think the very next game he came out and he had a massive first quarter. I think what De'Aaron does a lot is, because I do believe he has a very high basketball IQ, he gets a feel for the game. And I don't know that this is written in like a 2022, 2023 Sacramento Kings playbook, but it feels like it's Domas quarter 1, Fox in quarter 4, and let's figure out the rest along the way. I think you could see varying levels of aggression, but I think he always is trying to work within the flow of the game. And I think it's very rare that he comes out in quarter 1 and goes, yeah, I got to set the tone here in a massive way. And he did it when they needed it a couple of games ago, and it was massive for them.
I agree. I think that's an accurate assessment. Taking a step back and looking at how he approaches the game, I think he's got that high basketball IQ, and as a team, all of them are really trying to get each other going. So if he were to come out and just try, take over the game and set the pace, it's not really setting up the other teammates for success. So because if they do clamp down on him, you want to be able to have space and time for Domas to be able to get off and to have Metu. And obviously when my homeboy comes in, King, he needs to be able to step in and be effective as well. So it seems as if he is setting the table for all of them. And when it's time to eat, he will eat. And the rest of the team, again, in these 5 mini seasons that they're having, all of these little games, I think they are building up a good strategy. They're implementing it well, and they're spreading the love throughout the roster. When the bench can come in and there's no drop off, or if the bench comes in and it's a step up, like last night, they were really producing for the, Domas was in foul trouble. So Metu and the rest of them, they had to be able to come in and keep the pace. And I think they're continuing to do that. And it's all just muscle memory. When you keep going through these scenarios, it's helping to build emotional confidence with everybody. It's camaraderie. They're playing together as a team, but it's all becoming muscle memory for them too. So it's a given when these situations come up, they can all be effective. They stay ready so they don't have to get ready. And I think clearly that here and Fox can do that too.
Yeah.
Quick note. Lakers Bucks tonight. LeBron James out. So just Bucks, Lakers tonight, LeBron James out. Just putting it out there. Just because everyone was in a panic earlier about, oh my God, here come the Los Angeles Lakers. Okay, they got a game to play tonight, and the King is out. He's resting his greatness.
I'm calling right now. That's a loss.
Like Russ isn't playing tonight.
No.
I'm gonna guess Malik and Vanderbilt. I'm guessing that's not a go tonight. So
no Thomas Bryant.
Giannis. Gonna need you to handle business tonight.
Do work. Handle business. That's a game. They all count. So you can think what they want about the future. This one counts just the same. Just like yesterday counted for the Kings.
It did.
You know what I mean?
It counts.
So
it's a W,
that's
baby.
what it is. And we
throwing up the W.
and with every game, we get closer to the end. So
is that how this works?
I think.
Well, if the season started today, Kenny, Kings would finish.
I think all this. Gotta be ready because it's about to get crazy. Hey, one game closer to the end. It's not like this ain't a baseball schedule. They don't after 50 games, they don't have 100 games left. You got about 20 games, 25 games or so to get this thing right. So I look at the Kings. Olivia, you said something there that I completely agree with you. They're starting to, and not starting to, I think they already have it, but they have confidence every single time out. No matter the scenario, no matter the situation. I bet to a man, you go down that roster, go down that bench, and if you ask those guys with the minute to go down 5, did they think the game was over? No, absolutely not. Get a stop, get a steal, get a bucket. We hit threes, whatever. Like they have supreme confidence in their ability as a team, and I think that needs to be accounted for when you talk about evaluating this team down the stretch as well.
Definitely. And you could see what a young team, how they would react in that situation. You saw it with the Rockets. They got sloppy. They had a bunch of turnovers in the last few minutes. And Aaron Gordon was the one who gave up a couple of turnovers. He's a veteran, but other players trying to do too much. And the Kings, again, because of their muscle memory, because of what they've done thus far this season, they've learned a lot of lessons. And they have confidence with if there's time left on the clock, they know they can still do something. And I think that's wonderful, and it's fully on display. And I think they up and down the chart, everybody has confidence in everyone's ability to do what they need to do, to not do too much, to not try to become a different player all of a sudden in the final seconds, to not be the hero, but to draw up a plan, execute it perfectly, and then have that confidence in each other to be able to pull out a W.
You mentioned, staying ready so you don't have to get ready. I
stay ready.
Terrence Davis has been really, really good over this last, 4-game stretch, maybe 5-game stretch at this point. He had some big baskets last night. He had some big plays. Mike stuck with him. He got 15 minutes of run. And I think, I think that's another thing is we talk about, it's part of the game, right? When trade deadlines approach, we do our best, and sometimes we fail to not use words like assets. We're not talking about an asset. We're talking about another man. And like Terrence, I got to imagine this has been tough for him because he knows, he's an expiring contract. His minutes have been a little sketchy. I got to imagine this is a tough week for them. I'll propose something we haven't talked about here in the first 2 hours of the show. What if guys like Terrence Davis or Chimezie Metu or even Rashawn Holmes breathe a sigh of relief now that this trade deadline is behind them? James just posted a video talking about how lively practice is today. Maybe this team is able to and up their game a little bit for these final 27, knowing I'm going to be I'm going to be able to finish what we started this season.
Yeah.
That's nothing. That stuff we don't always consider that stuff.
And look, real quick, Olivia, because I want you to answer to that. But to your point, I think this team really likes each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a possibility, like you just mentioned, that they're relieved that none of these guys got to go anywhere. Like you said, they get to start or they get to finish what they started together. That's been preached probably from day one, together in this locker room, together. They've bought in. They really like each other. And that had to be a little stressful the last couple of days, last week or so. Man, are we gonna lose TD? I know Rashawn don't play, but that's my guy. Like, man, is Rashawn gonna be here? And the fact that all these guys get to stick together and see this thing through, that could be a boost for this team as well.
Yeah, I think I agree with both of you. And as much as they try to, put those things in the back of their mind and just play the game, step on the court, stay ready, they're human beings. There's no way that you're not feeling stressed. You're not feeling worried about where you may land. You've come this far with this team this season. You've improved so much. You've built this camaraderie. You're playing for each other. And to think at any moment you can get that phone call and say you're being shipped out, like that would be devastating to them. And there's no way, no matter how professional you want to, approach the game, they're still human beings. They have families, they have people that are counting on them. To be uprooted in the middle of the season can be devastating. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a huge sigh of relief for those folks that we were thinking about, especially because it's difficult to get in the rotation. Once somebody starts playing really well, Mike Brown will keep playing them, which he should do. If they're playing great, if they're contributing, you want to keep them on the court. And every now and then, I personally will be like, oh yeah, what about TD? He's also an amazing player. We haven't seen him in a while. So, from his perspective and other players like Metu and Holmes, they must be thinking that as well. When they're sitting for a long time, for a number of games, not being able to contribute, there's no way that they weren't feeling stress over the last few days. But I'm so glad they're able to stay together and see this season through. And that to me means they can take it up a notch. I know Coach Brown had been talking about, he thinks they have much more improvement in they have an ability to take it up a notch, especially on the defensive end, which they've got to do. One, it's going to help Domas stay out of foul trouble if we can keep people from getting blown past each other like they did last night. But I think they have the ability to improve, and this decision to keep everybody in place will just build more confidence in one another. And it's going to be fun to watch.
You mentioned Mike Brown a couple of times. There's two things I want to point out from Mike Brown. One, if you didn't happen to catch Mike Brown's comments on De'Aaron Fox, I strongly encourage you to go see him because he was asked about De'Aaron hitting the free throws. And Mike, as nonchalantly as humanly possible after a stressful 2-point win, it's like, yeah, that's what he's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
He's an all-star. I love that. More than the over-the-top praise. I love that. Like, of course he's going to make those free throws to win us the game. It's De'Aaron Fox. I love that.
I love it too. It's giving very much Chris Rock and taking care of your children. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
You're not going to celebrate that.
De'Aaron did not get a cookie last night. Yeah, he did not get a cookie for hitting his free throws. The other thing was, and I'm surprised this wasn't what you led with. You mentioned your king, Malik Monk. There's a great video out there, and I admittedly didn't catch this live, that Kenny's guy, Worldwide Wobe, posted narrating that final sequence and how improbable the entire thing was. But he catches Mike yelling at Monk to jump the pass, like, because they saw the play. And if you go back and you watch it, you see Monk and I don't think it was Monk and De'Aaron, but it was Monk and somebody switched, and Monk was able to jump the pass. That's how he stole it. And They saw that whole thing develop, and Mike saw it, Malik saw it, and everyone executed it with no time out, with no time to do anything other than after the foul. We've seen it. We know what they're doing. Jump that pass.
Yeah.
And he did it to perfection and didn't dribble, definitely did not dribble. And Mike got the timeout call, and the Kings advanced it, and De'Aaron was fouled. Worked out perfectly. But that was a hell of a job by Mike and Malik right there.
Yeah.
It was perfection. And again, like veteran players know what to do. Hearing Mike call out the jump the pass and then getting, securing the basketball, not trying to do too much in those final seconds, having that timeout called. That's what they needed in the moment, clearly. But again, that's the confidence they have in one another to be able to execute plays, to understand that they are not out of it. They didn't give up at any point. If there's time on the clock, there's time for the Kings to win. And even if they were down by more and they couldn't have made it in the last few, they were down by 5 and there was no likelihood, they continue to play until the game is over. Yeah. And another thing, that's what I think a bunch of Kings fans really have always respected. The team tries. And when you try and we can see that effort, we're going to root for you whether or not we get the W or the L. Luckily, we're on the other side, it seems, at this point. Now we're definitely celebrating many more Ws than we have in the past. And I think it's, again, a testament to good coaching, good strategy, muscle memory, and playing within yourself and not trying to do too much in any given moment.
Yeah, for sure. Olivia, how do you feel about the Kings not making any moves at the trade deadline?
I'm cool with it. I'm totally cool with it.
What if I told you could have Dwayne Dedmon or Serge Ibaka?
Well,
they're both.
I'm about to say here, Serge Ibaka waived by the Pacers. People talking about they want him here. In related news, at Jazzy 510 will not be allowed to go to the Golden One Center if Serge Ibaka comes here.
Oh, that's her little crush.
Everybody loves her.
Oh,
I was about to say, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him in purple or, I mean.
Serge Ibaka going to show up to Sacramento and break up marriages.
Everybody loves Serge Ibaka. And
Kenny's like, no, I want Dwayne Dedmon.
Serge Ibaka loves everybody too.
And I want him to grow his hair back. All right.
Jazzy 510, you are banned from the Golden One Center.
But come down to LA. Come down to LA. When the Kings play, come down to LA. We can watch them together.
Then he's going to wonder why William was contacted and season tickets were just purchased from his household. Like one season ticket. One season ticket for the Sacramento Kings purchased from the Caraway household. But that, see, like the whole thing, like I find the conversation, because it's happening in the chatty house, it's happening on Twitter, and like I get it. But think about what we're talking about right here. Serge Ibaka and Dwayne Dedmon, two guys who have been traded and waived. Now, hey, maybe the fit is perfect, but this is what we were talking about earlier. What does that do? Ultimately, I'll hit you with the. What are we really talking about when we're talking about adding Dwayne Dedmon and Serge Ibaka?
What are we talking about, man?
What is Serge going to sit in Alex Lynn's seat because Alex Lynn's going to be gone? Or Kessler Edwards just got his first promo. We'll play that for you in a minute. We're going to cut him after his first promo. I don't know.
Even more than that, guys. You look at Serge or Dwayne Dedmon.
Serge.
And like, look, man, I don't mean this is no disrespect, but if I could get Serge.
Wait, I think I missed the joke on this pronunciation. What is this about?
It's Beverly Hills Cop. If you remember Bronson Pinchot, Balky was in
Bartakamus.
Yeah, his name was Serge, but Axel Foley would call him Serge. Hockwell, it sounds like a detergent. Serge Ibaka.
All right, it's coming back to me. Thank you for letting me in on the joke.
If you can get Ibaka for free,
okay,
as opposed to giving up something and getting, Plumlee's the one that always comes up, but somebody like that, like why not go to the buyout market and see?
I wasn't expecting the Kings to do anything. If they would have done something, I would have been like, what? Who? Why? So I wasn't I wasn't expecting any moves to be made. I think they've got a great team. I don't think they needed to give up anything for any of the players that you named, especially. So I think we need to ride this season out. We got some good guys together.
I think so too. And I think that's exactly how Monty McNair feels and Wes Wilcox feels. And I think those guys did inquire about all of these names that we really like Matisse Thybulle and Mason Plumlee. And they all had these discussions and they determined what they were asking for probably wasn't working. Did they inquire about OG Anunoby? They very well may have. And as we have outlined on this show, as you, Casey, have outlined on this show a number of times, the first, hey, what are we looking at with OG? Okay, we're going to start with Keegan Murray and we'll build from there. Cool. Good to talk to you, Messiah. We'll catch you next time.
Take care, man.
Be good. Holla, holla. Hit him with the Teddy Long.
Holla at me.
Holla.
And then that's what Big Boy said on that one skit. He's like, yeah, man. The guy was telling him, he's like, yeah, man, I'm gonna holla at you. That Big Boy's, don't holla at me. Don't holla at me. That's what we would say to ask him for Keegan Murray. Hey, sir, no, don't holla at me, Messiah. Don't holla at me.
The game last night available on all your social media channels, and She Got Next coming soon to NBC Sports California, NBC Sports Bay Area, and we'll come back with more on the Kings. We'll talk more about. Also, I've got the video of Kessler Edwards at practice today. That brother clearly is 12 years old. Like this is an extremely young individual. We'll play this sound from James Hammond, the Kings Beat, when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Clear.
What about him making 12 years old?
Oh, he looks very young. I'll put him on the.
I've seen his face. I wonder if it's always like.
Oh, he looks even younger in this video. Look how young this brother looks right here. Come on, man.
Wasn't expecting.
Oh my God.
That's Carmelo's kid right there. My goodness.
He looks younger than Jack.
He absolutely looks younger than Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jack the nephew, Casey. That's who I'm talking about.
Oh, he knows JT.
Yeah.
I know, but I wasn't sure. Like,
Yeah,
if I just said Jack, he knew what I was talking about.
Oh,
JT, house party.
Oh my God, it's happening.
Oh man.
Oh my God. For the
crazy right
first
now.
time ever on the same screen
crazy
at the
right now.
same time.
How
Daddy,
cool
Take a
is it?
screenshot. Take a screenshot
I
right
know.
now.
Patty Thursday going up.
Wow.
I got you.
Sarah Hodges.
going on,
meet
guys?
Olivia Christian and Olivia meet Sarah.
Hi.
Nice to
Such a
meet you.
pleasure.
Great to meet you.
Great to meet you. I love your stairs. Ooh. It looks fancy
you.
right there.
No, she's fancy. She is
Yeah.
fancy. She is. You should see her windows.
She in a different tax bracket than the three of us.
Fancy.
Yeah, right.
Oh, please.
We're all trying
You
to
guys
We're
have
just
a great
trying
rest
to
of
be
the
like
day.
you.
All right, buddy.
I'm trying to catch up to the rest of y'all.
Thanks,
Take
O.
care, oh.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Sarah Hodges in the house.
What's
Sarah,
up,
is there something
guys?
blocking your camera?
Yeah.
Is it foggy?
No,
there's
yeah,
like
it looks
something-
like there's something.
Like, is there a cord or something?
Yeah, it's weird. It looks like there's something on the side of your camera.
It's not. It's just the public. Here, let me turn this. Let me turn this around. My dog's going to be in the shot.
Well, that's all right. Look at the baby.
Spoiled, boy. Let me tell you.
Dog's like, hey, mom, what you doing, bro?
I don't know. It does look like that. Why does it look like that? Hold on. That's probably
There
what
it is.
No, what was that?
It was I have like a little thing that like covers the camera and it was like moved over the slightest bit.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely what it was. Yeah, the little protection joint there.
Like
I'm
the
with-
joint that you get on the echoes, right? Where you can cover the camera.
What's that?
Exactly.
Echo ring. It's not even ring. It's your echo.
No, my hair is not.
You know the camera that you have in your kitchen or something.
Hey, we're gonna do. Have you heard of the cream?
Very
Okay, no.
What do you
No,
mean?
It's a black owned soft serve joint. They're gonna be at Golden One tomorrow and Saturday.
Oh, really? No, but I love soft serve.
We're gonna do something with them tomorrow for
Cool.
KMB.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be
Yeah,
at
I'll
the
get it set up. No, on the show.
On the show,
I will
okay.
get them on the show for a little bit. So I'll get it all set up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
For sure.
Sara Hodges.
crazy. Great. How was BMO?
cold.
Yeah.
Very cold. I wasn't there that long, man. I was there 2 days or something like that. So spent like one whole day traveling and then was there and then was gone like the next day. So
And y'all took the baby.
It's cold as
Yeah,
all
baby's still
hell.
there, right?
Baby's still there. They come back
Oh
tomorrow.
my goodness.
Mm.
So you got time to just
Kenny's a
do
bachelor.
you. Literally.
Single parent. This damn Reese.
Oh, that's
There's
right. I
everything
forgot
going
Reese
on
is
with
here.
him, man. It's crazy. Shout out to Sharon Oak Grove. She done picked them up, dropped them off places.
Well, shout out to Jazzy 510. Is she flying back by herself?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
Yeah, Lil Ryan did a
is
great
tough.
job on the way there, so hopefully she does the same thing.
Good.
All they care about right now is just eating.
That's it.
Yeah. Without getting graphic, which is what I was gonna do.
Boobs. All they care about is boobs. That's what,
Literally, that's all they care about.
that's fine. That's all most of the chatty house cares about anyways. It's fine.
Right.
We should be back soon.
Sarah was out there making moves, didn't even holler at me again.
What?
So you was out there making moves, didn't even holler at me again.
Man, you so thirsty.
Oh my gosh, I know. That was like actually crazy.
Don't ever holler at your boy.
You weren't even in town.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app live. You can watch the show on youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope to show up. You'll hit the subscribe button. You'll hit the thumbs up as well. We hope you'll vote in the poll question. The poll question been up for well over an hour now. The results have not changed, and I'm actually quite happy to see this. Sara Hodges, CBS 13. We welcome her in here. I'm going to throw this poll question at you. Do the Kings miss the playoffs, meaning the top six? Do the Kings miss the playoffs because they didn't make a deal today?
I don't think so. Because I think who are you really going to get that was going to like none of those top guys that we're so worried about that came from the East now to the West were going to come to Sacramento. I think the Kings have something really, really good. They have a good thing going and they need to stick with it. And I think they're going to make the playoffs.
I agree.
73% of the voters agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
agree with you.
listen, when it's all said and done, you can't predict what's going to happen in the future. And I know that's what we try to do, especially with these trades. But like anything can happen, and it does happen. We know each and every year, every time we see these blockbuster trades and these all-stars, 3-4 on a team, we think it's over. It's over for the rest of the league, but it's not. And
That does
that's
happen
just the
often.
reality.
The whole league. I believe this happened with James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn.
It literally happens all the time. And there will be teams that will be like right there, but just so, the Kings can be one of these sneaky teams that really nobody expects, that just plays hard together. They have chemistry. They know each other's game now, and they play their way in, and they don't look at everything else that's going on. Because I'm not going to lie, like last night when I saw KD going to Phoenix, I was like, started like stressing out for the Kings. I was like, oh my gosh, like this is happening. Like this is a different conversation when we look at the West and the standings and just how close it is. Like now I'm worried. But
Well, look, I did that. We were recording the podcast. It kind of broke like as we were preparing to do the podcast. I'm on there immediately, like, oh, what are the Kings gonna do? They got to do something. And then you think about it for a little bit, and you're like, they don't need to do anything.
Yeah.
Once again, you're not in the situation where you can get Kyrie or KD or something like that. Mikal Bridges, they were trying to talk about 4 first rounders for Mike. I'm not spending 4 first rounders on Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, all this. Like, if it works, it works.
Crowder's a dog now.
Crowder is a dog. But once again, where's he
think he's a
gonna
buck.
play?
Isn't that where he went? Didn't they
The
move him
Bucks
to
got him,
Milwaukee?
yeah. But the thing about it with all these guys is, who are you willing to take minutes away from if you're the Kings? Like Crowder you trade for Jay Crowder. Okay, you starting him over Keegan Murray? You're okay with that? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. I don't know. But the point is, the group that they have is already pretty damn good. They've proven themselves throughout the first 3 quarters of the season, and I think they're still going to be all right. I don't have any worries about this roster.
I mean, from what we've seen out of them so far, should we? I mean, obviously there's waves, but there's waves with even the best team. You know, even the top 2 teams, you know, in the league, they have up and down games. That's just what it's about. Like, you're never going to be perfect 100% of the time. But I think that we all have realized, and if you didn't already know this, now you definitely know that this is for sure De'Aaron's team. There's no doubt about it. And in his absence, the Kings felt it. And I'm so glad to see De'Aaron back, because I feel like his team needed him to come back. Like, they were almost like low-key lost their identity without him.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's so accurate. Let's stick with the trade deadline for 1 second, because I do want to get to the game last night. It's great. Everything said about De'Aaron and the squad and playing. I think part of the uneasiness with a lot of Kings fans is they look around and feel like the Clippers got better. Phoenix landed Kevin Durant. The Lakers got younger, and D'Angelo Russell is going in there, and you've got LeBron and Anthony Davis and all of those different things. They shift out Russell Westbrook, so every beat writer on the Los Angeles Lakers, the way that they write, the Lakers should go 28-0 now the rest of the season, with the big problem Russell Westbrook being gone. And maybe did Portland get better? Did Minnesota get better? And I think that magnified some Kings fans' discomfort with the Kings not making a move, is the fact that it felt like everyone around them did, and many people believe a lot of those teams got better.
My question is, okay, well, like, who would you guys have felt good about getting then? Like, I understand that concern, because I'm concerned when I look at like these big names coming, but like the Kings were never going to get them. So that's kind of like where I understand there's that concern. But like, what exactly did you want? And like you said, who are you going to trade out for those players?
Right.
What players do you like better that you were realistically going to get than what the Kings have? And I think that's probably what Vivek and Monte were looking at too.
Yeah. Then you look at guys like that were mentioned: Plumlee, Thibault, Josh Richardson. I wouldn't feel bad if the Kings
Wasn't there like a Derrick Rose conversation in there too?
Like just mentioned this morning as well. I wouldn't feel bad if the Kings got, like, those are fine ball players. That's a good addition. But once again, what am I giving up?
Right.
And where does that fit into what the Kings already have going on?
Exactly.
Like you said, Plumlee comes, then he plays for Metsu. That's good. Plumlee's a solid defender. I guess he does dribble handoffs like Domantas Sabonis, so that's a good, according to some, that's a good reason to have him. But he's a terrible free throw shooter. He's got no real offensive game, and he can't stay out of foul trouble himself half the time when I watch him. So there are cons to bringing those guys in. Are you sure that those cons are just gonna, fit seamlessly with what the Kings already have going on? I don't know.
Exactly. Like, the chemistry is so good right now. Do you tamper with that, with those names? It's just, that's, I think, what you have to consider. Like, yeah, if you're going to get Kevin Durant, obviously you shake things up, but knowing that you're not going to get an all-star like that, and knowing the level of play, you guys are third in the West right now and have beat good teams. Like, they still have a lot to prove. Don't get me wrong, like, a lot, but I feel like they're in a good position if they just stick to the game plan and worry about themselves. It's easy to get discouraged when you look at what everybody else is doing, but we've known through history and through covering all of these trade deadlines that it doesn't always work out like it looks on paper, right? So I like what the Kings are doing. I really do. I like the way that they look. I think that they should be playing better, obviously, against the Rockets whenever you're ready to transition. But,
yeah, we can transition now. And I'll stop you right there. Let's talk about the game. I don't give a damn how they played. They won. And at the end of the night, when you're down when you're down, what was it, 2 points or 1 point with the ball?
1 point with 1.2 seconds.
With your opponent having the ball with 2 seconds left, and you wind up winning. Hey, I don't give a damn how.
A win is a win is a win, right? I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, like, we're going to pick apart the issues, but no, you're right. Like, finally a call went the Kings' way. Like, I was so upset at that call, even after reviewing it, saying that it was out on De'Aaron Fox. I was like, this is just a joke. And then when Malik Monk just did his thing, and then everybody was on the same page, coach called the timeout at the perfect time. De'Aaron ends up getting fouled, which thank God, because it wasn't going in regardless.
Yeah.
It
was a heck of a way to finish the game, man. I like the fight from this team. We talked about it a little bit with Olivia, but you look at this team and they never feel like they're out of it. You know, they could be down 5 with a minute to go. And all we got to do is a 2 and a 3. We're back into this thing. We're tying it up. They feel like they can win any game in any situation. And you can see that type of confidence with the way they play, with the way they continue to battle. Because it's always like, yeah, if we just do this and that. We talked about it way back when at the Washington game, where the crowd was trying to will them, but also you could feel the Kings like, man, we one of the best scoring teams in the league, the best scoring team in the league. We just hit a couple of threes. We hot. We're in this thing. Like that's the confidence they exude as a team. And last night, it's probably a big reason why they won.
No, absolutely. You just want to see that confidence against really good opponents. And then you feel really comfortable, at least for me. Like for them, they feel confident. It doesn't matter who it is, right? Like from, I guess, a fan's perspective and me wanting the Kings to be great for the city of Sacramento and for all of you, you know, you want to see that happen against really good teams. So then you go in, you know, closer to when it's down the stretch, when it's really going to matter, and you get those wins, and then you feel confident, like, okay, we can do this. We can be down by a little and still come back, because that's something that the Kings haven't been able to prove in the past.
There is something worth acknowledging, too, about the Phoenix acquisition. I'll mention real quick, though. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Our television star, Sara Hodges of CBS 13, with us here. The Phoenix Suns, obviously, you acquire Kevin Durant. That's going to be the big splash. That's going to be the big move. That's going to get everybody's attention. But these guys, they gave up a lot of really, really quality pieces. And you're putting a lot on the shoulders now of Chris Paul, who's I love and is clearly aging.
Father time.
And you know, like now retirement things and missing his wife and kids are being discussed in interviews. And KD, who is, if KD played 82 games a year or 76 games a year, it would be Jokic, Giannis, and Kevin Durant every year.
Right.
But he doesn't. And there's always a fear of, you could lose KD at any second. You could lose Chris Paul at any second. And it may fall as to how much you believe in Devin Booker. I thought the Suns were headed in the right direction already. I thought there was some, I think it felt like there were some underlying issues off the court that had been hindering them a little bit. But I'm not sold on this working out long term.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think maybe long term you're on the right track, and same with like Kyrie Irving, right? We don't know how long that's going to work out, but really all they need is 4 months. And that's just really the bottom line. And maybe what you're saying about Chris Paul, this is just an example why. Like, okay, look, this is my last year. I want to retire after this year. Let's go all in. And maybe they're like rallying around Chris and are like, yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to go get the best. You guys have the best chance. And you guys need to give the best next, what are we, February, March, April, May, June? Yeah, like 5 months that you have left in you. And we're going to go for it. And they feel like that's their best chance at winning a championship.
And that's 100%. But that's
and the next season doesn't really matter as much, or like they'll figure it out.
Like I think Phoenix is looking at this year and next year, and those are our chances to win a championship this year and next year, and then after that, you know, that ship gets steered in a different. And by the way, shout out to I don't know how to pronounce the new owner's last name. He's been an owner for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, this is what
he literally just got approved as the owner, and he was like, "Hey, let's go get Kevin Durant while I'm here."
Well, this is Bill Simmons always talks about the new owner splash. Like they all do it, and he did it.
Vivek went and got Shaquille O'Neal.
Well, Vivek went and got Vivek's big splash was the Rudy Gay trade.
No, Vivek's big splash was Mike Malone. Remember how coveted Mike Malone was?
Well, you don't really count coaches in that situation.
Oh, I strongly
It's about
disagree.
making what he talks about. The big deal is trades. Like they make it irrational, not irrational, but like, hey, we got to make a splash as a trade. Go get a player. He went and got Rudy Gay and got 3 20-point per game scores. Thought that might get the Kings to the playoffs, but it didn't.
3 20-win seasons in a row.
Oof.
I don't know if that's what it was, but that's what it felt like. How do you feel about the Lakers? They got a lot younger. D'Angelo Russell, I guess a hashtag D'Angelo 2.0, D'Lo 2.0, loading. I don't know. Back where it all started.
I know, it's so confusing to me.
A little bit.
Right? Like when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay, we're going back there.
Yeah.
I guess maybe like you don't realize what you had until it's gone. Like
I guess not. I don't know.
like D'Angelo Russell
Swaggy
a lot,
P's not there, so and Snapchat isn't as popping anymore. So maybe he understands how to use these social media things now, if at all. Maybe it's just all social media.
I mean, I think like you're talking about the Lakers, the move, like we all knew like what they need. It was strange that they weren't putting like better shooters around LeBron. Like it was always just strange to me how they were kind of going back and forth with that. I don't know. It's very interesting the decisions they've made in the past 2 years.
They've been trying to land Buddy Hield up until 11:59. Fix all of that stuff.
Literally, like I just it's interesting. I wish I could dive deeper into the Lakers since I'm obviously a Lakers fan and really figure things out. Like I wish that I understood it all, but I just don't. And just from doing what we do every day, and obviously I watch games and stuff and reading, I'm just like, what is going on? Like, what are we doing?
Do you to go to another team? You think Kyrie and Luka? You think that works?
I think for a bit, yeah, for sure. Like I think it will work this season. That's why I think like long term, I don't know, but like we'll see, down the stretch now, both of these teams, Lakers, all of them, Suns, Mavericks are all on the outside looking in. And so like I think that they're definitely probably going to make the playoffs, like for sure. Whether they're going to win a championship, I don't know. But I think that it can work if Kyrie can. I don't know him that well, so I don't really like to comment too much on like what his personal situation is. But if all of that can be in line for X amount of time, then they'll be fine. If those issues starting now, then we have issues.
Kyrie got a shelf life. We can call it what it is. Like Kyrie got a shelf life. At some point, he's gonna spoil.
Exactly. So we'll see. He does have an expiration date as far as like some sort of drama happening.
I'm gonna say this though. I ain't going to say a damn thing bad about Kyrie Irving or the Dallas Mavericks until Saturday night.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
It's a fine organization.
I ain't going to say nothing bad about that squad until these 2 games are over.
I like that you say Saturday night. And not just Friday night. You're like, no, I need both of these mugs to be over before I even comment on it.
Don't say nothing bad about that team.
Hey, man, the
Jason Kidd is a hell of a coach.
True champions over there at Dallas. True champions.
Upstanding citizens.
We're gonna have to see them together, though. Like, I'm so excited to see them together. We haven't yet.
We might not see them together. Like, we still don't know the status of Luka. Like, there's a very real chance Luka's first game with Kyrie could be Friday or Saturday. And we still wouldn't be on national television.
No.
Don't you? I know that's insane, but don't you just like love that? Like, I'm so excited for tomorrow just because of this story.
Yeah.
I'm like, if Kyrie didn't come here, like, I'm glad he's kind of in the West in a way because it's like it just makes it so much more fun and the storyline so much bigger, and brings so much more excitement. It's Kyrie Irving.
I know
he's a star.
I know he's
a star.
He's a superstar.
Come on.
And you match him up with Luka, who's also a superstar.
Yeah,
that's a box office team. I don't know if they have enough defense and enough help around to really make a move, but I mean, I see the vision. I see what they were going for. So there's that.
I mean, he handled business without Luka, so in his first game.
He did.
What do you what's going on for the big game this weekend?
For the
Super
big
Bowl.
game.
I don't know why I said the big game.
The Super Bowl? Yeah, we don't.
I did that.
It's fine. We'll have our it's not on our air. We won't mention which air it's on, but or what channel it's on. But no, we'll have our Sports Sunday and we'll have highlights, post-game reaction, all that. We'll see what y'all are up to. What are you guys doing?
I'm around.
Meeting. meeting. I'm waiting for Rihanna. That's all I'm doing.
Dude.
Just waiting for Ree. That's all. That's like we've spent, and part of it is the trade deadline and the Kings. We haven't spent more than 2 minutes talking. I'm just
right.
not.
Wait, first of all, though, how much better do you feel now that like noon hit? Like, were you guys just like, okay, our show's starting? Like, I was literally like stressed out all last night that like anything is gonna break at any moment, and then I'm gonna have to like change my show around, which like something did, Kevin Durant, but didn't really involve the Kings that much, so I didn't have to worry too much. But like, how insane is that it just runs our life?
Yeah,
trade deadline does that.
It was stressful. There was a point where like about like 10th, it was like, okay, I can't keep up with this. Like, I don't see Sacramento's name. That's the number one thing.
Right.
I don't see the Kings. I don't.
Right.
Okay. Josh Richardson was traded. Wait, Devontae just trying to. That's stressful.
Yeah.
And then there's it's tough. And the way we do this whole show, it's dicey. But yeah, I'm glad 12 o'clock is over. I'm glad it's over. Kings are at practice. Everybody's there. Everybody's having fun.
Yeah, everybody seems to be happy.
So that's
good spirits.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you were here with us today. So really, that's really all that matters.
Always,
we appreciate
I love y'all
you
so much.
We love you too. We'll connect with you this weekend.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's
guys
Sara
have a good-
Hodges.
Have a good Thursday.
You too. Sara Hodges, CBS 13. Check her out all the time over there on your television sets.
Yeah, man.
You know what? Actually, let's bring in the newest child on, and I say that with love. This brother looks young. Kessler Edwards, newest member of the Sacramento Kings, was at practice today. Talked with the entire media contingent. This sound courtesy of James Hammond, the Kings.
It was something that I wasn't expecting, but it all happened so fast. I can't believe how fast it happened. But I'm glad to be here in Sac. This is my first day, here at the facility, and everybody seems cool. So I think I'm gonna like it.
Do you have any ideas what their plans are for you in terms of here, G League, or anything like that?
No, I'm not too sure about that. I'm just excited to get out here and finally hoop with these guys. Whether it's in Stockton or down here, I'm excited to get out there, show what I can do.
Your former team, are you surprised that it kind of got dissembled as much as it did?
Yeah, I am surprised. I mean, trade deadline always gets crazy. I didn't know what was going to happen with any of that. So, yeah, I am surprised.
I know you were Eastern Conference, but what was your perspective of this team coming in?
I had experience with these guys when we played them before. They beat us pretty good when I was in Brooklyn, so I know it's a pretty good culture out here. And these guys are young; they all work hard. So.
Yeah, the last time I was here, they beat the crap out of us.
Were you to see not only yourself come here, but just everything that's happened in Brooklyn? And kind of, Kai's gone and KD's gone now.
Yeah, you never know what to expect.
I mean, those questions are tough. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with him. But can I just remind you? Brother's 22 years old.
22.
He just got shipped from Brooklyn to Sacramento. Yeah. And he was like, "Yeah, it happened so fast."
It did happen really fast for him. He was in Houston, like
yeah, and he was there. Like, please don't ever lose sight of what we're talking about. Like, this kid doesn't make $100 million a year. Like, look at him. Like, a kid's 22 years old. Oh man,
Kessler Edwards, man.
Kessler Edwards, newest Kings legend, right there.
Kings legend.
I know there's some more sound out there from James Ham. I'll dig around for. I know we talked to De'Aaron Fox as well. I'm not sure if he was referred to as daddy anytime during that conversation. We need to get James to cut up these videos a little bit. And damn it, James. We could actually just go to the sound of De'Aaron Fox at practice today. Here's your all-star.
Thank you. Get the little glow now. Yeah. You been getting much sleep?
Yeah, he's sleeping through the night. Waking up at like 6 a.m. like clockwork. So, but I'm all right.
Is he still in Houston?
No, they're here.
They're back here.
Yeah, we're back here.
Just how crazy has the last 5 days been for you?
It's been a lot. I mean, even a normal sized person can't really fit on a hospital couch. So I was there for 3 nights, but I was all right. I mean, the first game back I think was a little bit sluggish for me, but we were able to get 2 wins while we were out there. So that's all that matters.
What do you make of that final play?
The foul?
Yeah.
It is what it is. They stood on it. I mean, you watch it if you watch it from certain angles, it looks like he doesn't foul me. You watch it from different angles, you can see that he fouled me. But for me, I mean, once the call was made, we had already used our challenge. They already used their challenge. Neither team had timeout, so it didn't really matter. They had to go back and see how much time was on the clock, and all I really needed was 2, and you can't get a catch and shoot off anyway. So,
I wonder what would have happened if it was challenged. He fouled him, right? Like I saw one of it had to have been Bleacher Report. It was a controversial call. Like, how so?
The Rockets broadcast, I saw that clip. They're like, oh, he didn't touch him. He didn't touch him. Steven Silas, poor guy, said he didn't touch him. No, he didn't touch him.
Our guy at CBS 13, Jake Gaden, must have been watching the Houston Rockets because he was like, "Let's be real, that's not a foul." Jake, like, one,
come on, Jack.
Who the hell are you talking to? 2, bro, what broadcast were you watching?
I don't know.
Fouled you if you want to call it a ticky-tack foul. If you want to call it like he clearly made contact. What would brushed up against De'Aaron Fox?
Clearly made contact. And look, if we being
and they
real,
got the pool reporter treatment last night. Did you see that?
If we're being real, probably could have been a flagrant. He landed in his airspace, or he was in his landing space.
No, see, flagrant foul. Eric Gordon. He was so bad. Eric Gordon got thrown off the Rockets.
I thought that was going to get him a contract extension. But you did, yeah, you did well. You did well, Eric.
That was like that guy from Pros versus Joes who fouled Chris Mullin. It was exactly the same.
That jackass.
We'll come back. Cost Kenny $15,000. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll recap who he root for. And we'll talk more. Actually, let's talk with you. 916-909-1320. How you feeling today now that the trade deadline came and went? And we've got a 2-game series against the Mavericks coming up on Friday and Saturday. Let's dive into that when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, no 13 round, but you're good. You're good. I think it's on Amazon Prime, right, Jesse? Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime. It's like episode 9 or something. Season 5, episode 9, something like that. Maybe episode 7. I don't know. Where's this guy at? Because he keeps saying this. I don't know. I don't know what his deal is. Not sure when he was listening. Maybe he was listening to old episodes or something like that. I don't know. I'm looking for him because I want to address him. I want to make sure I talk to him. One second. Oh, there we go. So we're just going to act like KC wasn't trying to get Cam Reddish. Fam, that was about a year ago. Now, I still like Cam Reddish. I would have traded for him, but he was just like, I saw him earlier. EJ was like, yo, 2 days ago, you were saying the Kings had to go get Cam Reddish. Are you high? What are you talking about? That was never said. Like I said, I like Cam Reddish, but I didn't think the Kings had to do anything. I don't think the Kings had to do anything at this trade deadline. I thought that way before all the fracas that took place in the Western Conference. And I think about that way still afterwards. They don't have to do anything. If there was something to be done, cool. It'd be good, but I like the roster. I like the team. I think the team is being discounted a little bit for what they've done.
All the teams that made big moves too, they're already in the top 6.
Yeah, they're already in the top 6, man.
The Lakers just maybe they're as good as the Kings now, but I don't think they're
the
better.
Lakers and the Pelicans did make moves. I don't know if the Pelicans. I like Devontae Graham maybe a little better than most. It feels like a even swap. Like you're just getting kind of the same guy. Maybe a little better of a defender, not as good of a shooter in Josh Richardson. So, any guys in the buyout market that intrigue you? Reggie Jackson. Nerlens Noel would be interesting. I do like the idea of Serge. Terrence Ross, but I don't really know how he fits. But buyout market is lengthy. But watching Vargas and Forrest or Foster fight, yeah, absolutely. That's kind of uncalled for. I don't think he's trash. Yeah, Dr. David, for sure. You know that. Fortune, those are my people over there. Gus is probably gonna have something to do with it. So yeah, I'll for sure be out at the pro am. 100%. Do you think the Clippers can win a chip this year? I do. Always have. KC, do you watch UFC? Not really. It has to be a really big fight for me to pay attention. And yeah, I'm not really interested in the UFC. It's not my bag. EJ, I guess my whole thing was if they don't make a move, does that make them not good anymore? Like, if there's a move to make, sure. I'm not sitting here saying they shouldn't. It would be criminal if they did anything. Like, no, if their move was there, cool, make the move. But I didn't feel like they had to make a move. Still think they're a good team without making a move. And it didn't work out. You move on to trying to finishing off this season and finishing the top 6. Do I think Monk will take Herter's spot? I don't think there's any shot of that. I think Mike likes Malik coming off the bench. He likes Kevin starting. Yeah, I don't think that happens at all.
We gotta update our rejoiner music.
Yeah, I need that Lil Uzi on there. I need that Glorilla on there. That's my cut. That's tomorrow too. That's my jam right there. I mean, you can throw some Ice Spice on there if you want to. Okay. Rich Flex.
I realize this is my fault, but you can leave Jesse a list after the show. We'll just give Jesse more stuff to do while Charlie's not here. I'm sure Jesse's. I feel like Jesse's got a voodoo doll at his house of each of us, and he's just like, "Go ahead,
pain in my shoulder.
Go ahead, go on. Ask me for one more thing." Let's get to these phones, man. 916-909-1320. If you want to chat with us, we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from our man TC. What's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
TC, what's popping, man? How you doing, man? You sounding down, man. What's up, man?
Sorry to wake you, bro.
Nah, listen, I ain't even really sounding down. Honestly, I just really called in because I'm just calm. I called in really to tell everybody on the airwave. I like how Sarah and my boy called in earlier. Like you two guys, like the team is fine, bro. Like, I mean, we in the 3rd seed. You get what I'm saying? And then, like, if you look back at that game, what was that, the first Minnesota game? I think last week when we lost like that game, you could tell like the trade deadline had the team kind of like flustered a little bit. I don't want to go back to saying Shepherd, but the team looked flustered and we got a chemistry. So I think Monty went in and Mike looked at each other and said, hey, we don't got to fool with the team, bro. We got a good team right now. And I think bringing new bodies in, making trades would have threw the whole chemistry off. Chemistry, what matters with this team, bro. And we're nice right now. So I'm not even mad. I'm happy.
I hear you, TC.
I hate to hear what you sound like if you weren't happy.
Well, you hear him when he bring up Kyle Shanahan. That's when you hear him not happy.
Looks like Mike Brown spoke today, but James posted a 6-minute video, so there's nothing we could do with
James
that.
Got the juice, man.
James.
6 minutes. James gonna be posting a movie soon.
James, edit the damn video. James gonna have Friday, Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society on his damn timeline. Hang on, James. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we'd love to hear from you. Blazers beat the Warriors last night. Hashtag Rip City.
Yeah, we needed that.
Mavericks beat the Clippers last night.
We didn't want that.
That's again, it was interesting because it wasn't Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah.
It was Kyrie. And Kyrie looked impressive in his debut with Dallas because Kyrie Irving is an impressive basketball player. No one's questioning Kyrie Irving's ability on the basketball floor. I think everybody is anxious to see how this mix of a ball-dominant, very capable Kyrie Irving plays with a ball-dominant, very capable Luka Doncic.
Yeah, I think that I did say the other day.
Not to minimize that win for them, by the way. It was a good win for Dallas Mavericks last night.
I did say the other day, you asked me, does this make them title contenders? And I said possibly. I think the ceiling is now higher for what this Mavericks team could be. I'm not sure they're going to get there. Yeah. It's higher than it was
just
before the trade. Yes.
They did lose something out of it, though.
Yeah, I didn't think they were that good before. I didn't think they were that good at all.
All right.
So it's gotten higher. Will they reach that? I don't know.
Is that like if everything goes perfect?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Somebody asked me earlier, are the Kings now better than Phoenix, the Clippers, and Dallas? And I said they're better than Dallas. I think the Kings are better than Dallas.
Okay.
I don't think they're better than Phoenix or the Clippers. But I think they're a better team than Dallas still. Although Dallas is, man, it's a heck of a team, man. It's a heck of a team, man. It's true champions.
True, yeah, they are. They play the right way.
Absolutely.
That's what they do, and it's going to be a hell of a contest.
They play together.
Yep.
They play as a team. That offense is like a machine. Luka, I mean, what more can you say about him? To be honest with you, I think he might beat LeBron's record.
He might. Obviously, he keeps himself in tip-top physical shape. Let's get Joe in here.
Luka and the guy from Creed. You can't really tell the difference.
I mean, I actually thought it was Creed versus Luka. That's what I thought. I was like, how did he have time to do this? And where did that tan come from? And no. Let's get Joe in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Joe?
I just wondering, do you think teams need a superstar to win a championship?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Do you think the Kings? I mean, I know the Kings got some really great players, but do you think a superstar would ever come to the Kings? I know we had some in the past.
Willingly as a free agent, I don't think so, but there are other ways to acquire him, right? Like the guys that you talk about in the past. We got through free agency. We got through trade, got through draft. And those are the two avenues that the Kings would probably have to go down to get a superstar player.
Yeah. That's that's kind of the tough reality with the Sacramento Kings. Like even like best case scenario, this like builds out, this team builds out, and Monty keeps adding and tooling to it. Could use that old line again. Like De'Aaron's going to have to get even better. Because unless the superstar comes through what you're talking about, that means the superstar is on the roster,
right?
And whether it's one of them or both of them in De'Aaron or Domas, they actually would have to get better for that championship level type conversation.
So do you think that they have that capability?
Bro, De'Aaron is really good already. Like, does he have the ability to be even better than he is right now?
He's done everything that you need to get what we said he needed to do to be better. He hits his free throws. He's a better shooter.
So maybe it's not De'Aaron that needs to get better. Maybe if the Kings get better, De'Aaron ascends to that superstar status. Maybe he's not looked at as a superstar right now because this team isn't good enough. But if the team ascends and he starts looking at an extension after this one, if he starts looking at like the real money, then not to insinuate $170-something million isn't money, but we're, by that point, it'll probably be 250, 275 by the time his contract is up, or by the time he's due for that extension. If this team is good enough, maybe he is that superstar. But certainly that's a years down the line thing, and this roster still needs work.
The only thing left to his game that I think he needs to do or can do is on the 3-point shot.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting 32%, 33% this year. That's
which is better than last.
Yeah, it's up from last year. Last year he was 30%, and I rounded up right there because it was 297. So I'm giving him 30%. But if he could find a way to get that up to 35 to 37%, that's another level for his game. But he's done everything, man. He's done everything we've asked him to do. He's a better free throw shooter. He's better from the field, more efficient from the field. He's done it all, man. He's been more aggressive on a consistent basis. He's absolutely done it all. The thing that I also thought about today is, and I wasn't for this at all, and I don't think it was ever really a question. I'm not even sure if they could do it, but the first round pick this year, no way. There's nobody available that I would even
make him want to trade it.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. People were talking about first rounds and talking about Mikal Bridges. I saw our guy Brendan Nunez. He posed the question: would you trade Keegan for Mikal Bridges? And my thought was absolutely not.
Mikal right now is a better defender.
Mm-hmm.
Keegan,
he's a good 3-point shooter as well. But when you talk about building out a roster, Keegan's still going to be on that rookie deal.
I was going to say, does Keegan have a higher ceiling?
It's about the same.
Okay.
I don't know. Keegan will never be the defender that Mikal.
I like
Bridges
Mikal.
is.
I think Mikal Bridges is very good, but Keegan, he'd have to be in addition to, not instead of.
Yeah,
in my mind.
Yeah, Bridges is always be a better defender, but I think there's a higher offensive ceiling for Keegan Murray. But you talk about Keegan and you talk about that first round pick, man. That first round pick gonna be crazy.
Oh, Keegan and the first round pick?
Not and. I'm just talking about either one of them. I didn't want to see either one of those gone at this trade deadline. That first round pick gonna be crazy. Like the Kings might be in the 20s, and they could get a playmaker in the 20s.
Man, Mikal's really good.
Mikal
but he's more expensive.
He's more expensive.
Yeah, he's more expensive.
And you got people that you got to sign coming up.
You do. You do. Someone brought up, I think it was our man Rob, brought up Terrence Davis earlier on the phone and him having the ability to sign somewhere else this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think we do this every year. Exhibit 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, if you'd like, can be Harry Giles. You know how highly we think of Terrence Davis. I think Terrence Davis is great here. I think he works here. I think he's extremely valued here. I don't know what his value is across the league, though. And when it comes to, I think the number Rob used, they're going to exceed a $4 million offer next year. I don't know that that's going to happen. I mean, I'm sure a lot of it was by choice, but think about the Dante DiVincenzo situation also. How did the Kings not extend this? How did the Kings not extend the qualifying offer? Dante DiVincenzo signed for a couple of bucks to play with the Golden State Warriors. Now, again, there's probably multiple things at play. I'm confident Dante DiVincenzo got offered more money to play elsewhere. But how much more money is the question? Was it close enough for him to just go, yeah, I think I can go win in Golden State rather than taking $1.5 million more, $2 million more to go play in Orlando?
Right.
Not that would be the place, but you get what I mean.
Right. I feel like everything you're saying is 100% right.
Thank you.
And I also feel like I don't know, man. I feel like people be selling TD pretty short, man. I think he's a good player off the bench.
I think so too.
As a shooter, but I just feel like people they're in a rush to get rid of him for Josh Richardson.
You know what I think is really important about TD too? He could be coached, and we've all witnessed it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's watched the Kings game has witnessed that.
Yeah.
I don't have the energy for this, so you can talk to Kamara.
Oh, let's go.
916-909-1320. I just don't have the energy for Kamara today. Kamara probably level 10 mad right now.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
What's up, man?
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. All right. I'm not mad.
Okay.
I'm not mad. Listen,
Why did it sound like something just broke at your office? What was that? Did you just throw something?
No, I'm
All
not
right.
mad. I'm actually. I was frustrated during the trade deadline
I
because
noticed.
I know because I'm like, all right, I'm seeing all these moves for second round picks, and I'm like, okay, we clearly have deficiencies in certain spaces on the team, which I'm like, okay, but at the same time, I trust that Monty knows a lot more information than we do, obviously. And I'm sure that Monty is not going to not just sitting on his hands and be like, all right, I'm not going to, if I see a better way to improve the team, I'm not going to do anything. My big question is, why is it that the league is insistent on wanting to help the Lakers? Like, what is the conspiracy theory behind this? Like, I am so dumbfounded by this.
Yeah, it's baffling. It's
crazy.
I'm 100% with you.
I
Bro.
would
do
almost
not
never
get it.
trade with the Lakers. Never. I'd be like Popovich.
Right.
I never trade with the Lakers.
Right. Yeah, I do not understand what Danny Ainge was thinking at all.
And we'll see what people do. But like I've always said, I ain't never trading for the Jazz's picks. Ever.
Right.
And OKC. You draft all 20 of those over the next 3 seasons.
What are the chances? Like
these people soft in the league.
Is this too Oliver Stone where like like Rob Pelinka and Danny Ainge are out on the golf course, right? And they okay, what's the rager today? You know what? You help me out at trade deadline. If I beat you today, you help me out at. It's like trading places where the brothers bet $1 that they could make Eddie Murphy's character whatchamacallit. They could have those
I've
two
seen
switch
it like
places.
once or twice. I don't really remember trading places like that. I was pretty young.
All right. Well, the point being is it's just a game for them. Hey, if I beat you this round of 18, you help me out. Because that makes more sense than anything else.
Danny just giving people to him.
I don't get it.
Giving people to him.
I don't get it. And the other thing Kamara brought up was those second round picks. That I had never seen anything like that before. It's just every tweet, 4 second round picks, 5 second round picks. You get a second round pick. You get a second round pick. Like
who was it? Second round? It was.
When did we start doing this?
Crowder 5 second rounders, huh?
There was wasn't Sadiq Bey the 5 second rounders too?
In the 3-teamer with
right. Who? Where the hell did Sadiq Bey? Atlanta. Yeah. Atlanta sent the 5 picks. I think to Golden State.
Maybe so. Yeah,
there's a couple. Is that it?
I think Golden State got the 5, Atlanta got Bay, and then Detroit got Wiseman.
There you go.
The Warriors got Kevin Knox too.
I thought Kevin Knox went to Portland or something.
I thought he was in that deal and went to the
Kevin Knox went to the Warriors?
Thought he did. I thought he was in that deal. He's with Detroit.
I told you this stuff was happening a little too quick at one point. It's just like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
So everybody woke up, saw the KD stuff, and was like, all right, let's unload these second round picks.
Yeah, so they sent Knox to the Warriors, and the Warriors sent Knox to Portland.
Okay, so he's in Portland. Okay.
But that was in a completely separate deal.
Right.
So I couldn't keep up.
I can't.
Yeah.
I said my favorite moment today is that I knew Devontae Graham had been traded. I didn't know Josh Richardson had been traded. It turns out they were traded for each other. I had missed that. Because I saw how Devontae Graham is traded too. It wasn't Sacramento, so I was like, well, I gotta get in the car and get to the station, and didn't realize it was for Josh Richardson.
The crazy thing, and why
have we even mentioned Jakob Poeltl yet?
No, we didn't mention that one. Going back to Toronto.
Yeah. Toronto, boy, they really mailed it in, didn't they?
Where did Wiseman went to
Detroit?
What is Detroit doing?
Well, the Twin Towers Part 2, Wiseman and Bagley.
And then the one that's better than both of them is Jalen Duren.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing, bro.
And look, figure that out when you get there. If you're Detroit, that's not your concern. Well, what if they won everything and got Wembanyama?
Yeah.
And
They don't care.
Victor,
They'll take
Duran,
it. They'll take
Wiseman, and Bagley.
They'll
And
be,
then,
oh my.
what is Indiana doing? It's getting a bunch of guards.
Oh, well, they're trying to ruin Tyrese Halliburton.
They got who did they trade for again? Oh, George Hill. They got George Hill, TJ McConnell, Buddy Hield, Benedict Mathurin, Duarte, Halliburton. That's 6 guards right there.
How is Tyrese going to succeed when this happens?
See, that's what I mean. People kind of just doing things to do things, man. Maybe there's a contractual thing, getting under the cap, all this other stuff. Maybe that's the case, but it's making moves. Would people have been happier if the Kings traded for George Hill today?
I don't believe so. No, not at all.
It's a trade.
I can't
doing something.
I can't envision. And all due respect to George Hill, I can't envision a scenario where Kings fans are going, "Yay, George Hill is back." James Ham is our friend again. James is on his way into the studio.
Yay!
He's leaving practice and he is on his way in.
Hurry up, James. 2:30.
We can argue in person. Well, maybe we'll have a little Ham Matt George crossover or something. I don't know.
Ooh.
I'm not. I'll try.
That
not
for
to
real
be,
is gonna put butts in the seats.
This is James. I'll stop by. I'm on my way home. Great. I'll try not to be too negative, but that will be difficult. All right, Ham. I know you're listening. I know you're listening, Ham. We're going.
I'll try not to be.
We're gonna have a day when Ham get here.
That will be difficult.
All right, Ham. We're gonna talk some damn sense into James Ham. I'm gonna tell you that. We're gonna talk some sense into James Ham.
I put that on a shirt.
I'll try not to be negative, but that will be difficult. The James Ham Hour.
I love that. I love that quote right there. That's hilarious.
James has been scarred.
I want to see what James got to say though about this though.
I mean,
how can you be super negative? I don't see how you could be upset about today.
I don't know. We got positive Matt George versus negative James Ham. The road to WrestleMania, baby. Brian says Sadie McHam. I don't know what character. I was actually quietly hoping for just a normal Matt George conversation today.
I guess it's not going to happen.
And then
today.
I saw that tweet and I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah,
Matt's going to come out in character and James is going to shut it down. Like there's no reason to be happy.
James went along with Drake poetry last week because he had to. He doesn't have to go along with it this week.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Did anybody do anything in the Eastern Conference aside from get rid of people?
Well, you mentioned Indiana getting all those guards. Well, I think
the Magic got Patrick Beverly.
Obviously, Brooklyn did. Nothing from Cleveland. Nothing from Philly.
Milwaukee got Crowder.
And Miami. Miami didn't do anything.
Miami, a big buyout market.
Oh yeah, they could get everybody on the buyout market. Hey, come spend the last 2 months of the season
they
here.
They don't get a lot of free agents though. They got Jimmy Butler, and that's really, I mean,
well, they got LeBron James.
Yeah,
Chris
but
Bosh.
think about it. That's 2 since '89. And considering like what we think of Miami,
how did they get Alonzo? Is it a
they
trade?
signed Alonzo. Yeah, they signed Alonzo.
I mean, they got Shaq through a trade. They got Dwayne Wade through a draft. I mean,
but consider all the free agents the Lakers have gotten. Like we look at Miami as on par.
Who have the Lakers gotten? They got LeBron,
Shaq, LeBron.
Okay, they got they got Shaq. They got Shaq and LeBron.
Lamar Odom was a trade.
Anthony Davis was a trade,
but he wanted to go there. He forced his way to LA.
It was a trade.
Well, he forced his way. Who forced their way to Miami?
I don't know. I don't know what you're getting out of me for. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm just trying to answer your question.
I'm surprised Miami isn't. It doesn't match up with what we think of Miami.
Maybe the proper statement is I'm surprised more people don't force their way to Miami.
Maybe so.
Okay. Because Pau Gasol was traded there. Andrew Bynum was drafted.
Lamar was traded like we talked about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Russ was traded. I put Russ in there.
You should be.
Yeah, put Russ in there.
Russell Westbrook, soon to be Los Angeles Clipper.
Clippers. What you think about the Clippers now? The Clippers got Bones Highland, Plumlee, potentially Russell Westbrook,
Eric Gordon,
to go along with
Paul George, Kawhi Leonard,
Kawhi, Marcus Morris,
Zubac,
Norman Powell, and
I mean all the
Terrence Mann.
obviously I like the team yesterday at noon, so I don't like them any less now.
Let's take the Kings out of this because
did I read John Wall's going back to Houston? Did I read that?
Yeah, I didn't see.
John Wall's going back to Houston for. There's your George Hill back to Sacramento thing right there. Is John Wall's probably like, wait a minute, what the hell? Send me back there.
Well, he's going by his own validity. I think
I thought he was traded. Oh no, I thought he was traded.
He was traded.
Yeah,
he was
I haven't
part
seen
of
anything about a buyout yet.
He was traded. Oh, okay.
I thought he was traded
part
back
of
to
the Eric
Houston.
Gordon thing. Oh, okay. What do you think about Denver and Memphis? Memphis, like
still one's in Colorado, one's in. I still think
how Kings fans are about the Kings today.
Uh-huh.
I think that's what Grizzly fans should be about the Grizzlies. They have a lot more ammunition to make a big. They could have got OG, I feel, and they didn't make a move. They didn't really do it. They got Luke Kennard. They came out of the trade deadline getting Luke Kennard. I'd be upset if I was in Memphis. Team is struggling. Team looks like they have an identity crisis.
Maybe Serge winds up in Memphis.
Well, I wouldn't want that.
It's far away from Jazzy 510.
It is. Well, he can come here. She just can't go to the games.
Okay. Be wandering around Doco and just, you won't believe who I bumped into today. Sad that she had a 10-foot scarf.
I might have a Serge Ibaka here in Sacramento.
James Ham on his way into the studio. Matt George coming up to close out Patty Thursday as well. More of your phone calls, 916-909-1320. Who he root for on the way. We'll continue to look at the Western Conference. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings, what these next 3 games look like for them, because we've talked about the 2 and haven't mentioned the 1. So you brought up a good point about that one, and it's worth diving into, and we'll do that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Disrespectful. You guys didn't mention 3-point sharpshooter Mike Muscala for the teams in the East who made a move.
That was the deal of the day. Deal of the day.
For Kings legend Justin Jackson.
I'm here. I just logging into James's computer. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Just logging into Hammer's computer. Oh, come on. What is this? My StreamYard. Be right there. James. Boom. All right. My bad. I had to get Hammer's computer set up for when he gets in. Yeah, Hammer's he's going to be pissed. Oh, let's see. We haven't even talked about what happened to Jaylen Brown. Damn. That's tough.
It's tough, but they have the depth to get through it.
Has he got a fractured face?
Took a nice elbow from Tatum.
Oh, man. Brutal. Brutal. I thought about it. I thought about jumping in the brown truck before I even got here. Well, Ham mentioned the rookie wall. Not today. Let's see. D'Lo, you going to WrestleMania this year? Nah, I don't think so. I thought about it for a while. It's now that it's almost certain. Oh, speaking of, no, the answer to your question, no, I'm not going. That Paul Heyman, Cody Rhodes promo from Monday, I saw it for the first time last night. Man, that was good. That was good stuff. Really, really good. If you haven't seen it, wrestling fans, go out of your way to see it. It's very good.
The road to WrestleMania. What's the Elimination Chamber before that?
Yeah.
Don't they have two now?
The Elimination Chamber. They have 2 Elimination Chamber matches.
Well, they have 2.
One is for the U.S. title.
Don't they have 2 pay-per-views though?
Elimination Chamber?
No, just like Elimination Chamber and then another one and then WrestleMania. I thought last year they had like 2 of them.
I don't think so.
Like, what the hell?
I don't think so. I hope not.
Wow.
Elimination Chamber in February.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I guess, yeah, because it's early April for WrestleMania.
Yeah, Cody's one of the best. Cody's one of the best promos in the game for sure. And having him in there with the guy who probably is the best promo in the game, and Paul Heyman, that was good stuff. Paul Heyman pulling up the tears. Oh, that was great stuff. Great stuff. I didn't see the MJF promo. No, I'm way behind on AEW. Way behind. Just looking at this, I realized the Golden One Center actually looks kind of like an elimination chamber. The Punjabi prison matches. Oh, that was a wild time in WWE. Wild time in WWE.
It's not even like a wild time. They did it like a few years ago, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah, with Jinder Mahal and Randy Orton.
Oh, Jinder Mahal had. Oh man,
they brought out the Great Khali for that too.
That's right. I remember that.
And then he was just never seen from
Great Khali could barely walk, and he came out and cost Randy Orton that match. Unbelievable. James, yeah, Cody does cry a lot. He's probably going to want to reel that in. He's starting to venture into Ric Flair territory where it's like, why are you always fucking crying? Like, all right, Cody, stop. James Ham on his way into the studio. Matt George going to join us in the final hour. You want to be a part of the show? You can. 916-909-1320. Those are the phone lines. Of course, you can watch the show as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Kyle asked, D-Lo KC, any thoughts on the buyout market? Well, Kyle, no. Sure, I've got thoughts on them. Serge Ibaka, Sacramento. All right. Like,
I'd take a flyer.
I mean, it's the conversation we started the show with on an even smaller level, right? Okay, you thought Mason Plumlee could help? I absolutely understand that. Matisse Thybulle, Josh Richardson, Darius Baisley. Hey, I get it. Bones Highland, I get it. Good pieces that could add some depth. That could help the squad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we transferred that question to what degree of help could they do? And I think we all collectively agreed, it would probably help a little bit. I don't know if it helped a ton, but it helped a little bit.
Yeah.
Great. What is Serge Ibaka going to do for Sacramento?
Mm-hmm.
Who are some of the? I mean, it's we're talking about John Wall. John Wall? I like John Wall. Probably not.
No,
I don't know what you. I mean, I don't know when you put him in, and that's where the conversation is. Okay. You like this player, whether it's Serge, whether it's John Wall, whether it's I know there's a handful of names out there, but okay. Give me the rotation. How does it work? Where are they playing? They're going in with Davion. They're going in instead of Davion. They're going in instead of Terrence. They're going in instead of Metu. How do you want to work this here? I absolutely believe Metu and maybe even to a certain degree Terrence Davis, who's been playing really, really well lately.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a weight off of their shoulders right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they can approach this weekend and the rest of this season significantly more comfortably than they were last night. Like, I doubt those guys slept a wink last night.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
There were guys getting pulled off the floor. Like Mason Plumlee got pulled off the floor last night.
Jason Hart get pulled off the floor?
There was another one too, like early in the night when stuff started to happen, who got pulled off the floor. And that's tough. Like those guys are waiting to get that old tap on the shoulder. Hey, Terrence, come here.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. And like we mentioned earlier, I think it's even tougher when you have this group. Like I think if you ask Metu or Terrence, it's even more stressful because they don't want to leave these guys. They don't want to leave this team. Like, no, I want to stay here. I want to be with this group. I like it here. Am I playing 30 minutes a night? Nope. But I like my teammates. I like this situation. I like what we're doing here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And the thought that, man, I might have to move. I might be traded. That was probably upsetting for those guys. And like you just mentioned, they're probably going to play with some type of freeness,
comfort. Yeah. Relief.
Yeah.
The trade deadline hasn't passed in the NFL. Don't mean to deviate, but do want to pass this
Wait
along.
a minute. Did I call Josh Hart Jason Hart again? I do that like every time I talk about him. I didn't think I called him Jason, but
I don't think you did.
In the chat, they're saying
you did. You did.
Jason? Damn.
Well, the best part of that is I absolutely heard you say Josh Hart.
I thought I said Josh too. I do that every time I talk about him.
Yeah, I don't even correct you guys no more.
Sorry, Josh.
It's one of my favorite bits on the show, though. When you start calling him Brett, then I'll be concerned.
Who did I say the other day? Terrence Mitchell playing for the Kings.
Well, that's an actual professional athlete.
Never forget, Terrence Mitchell was on the show once.
Terrence Mitchell was on this show once. I believe those were the
show.
I believe those were once. He was on the show once.
I remember he told me, I called him to get him on the show or whatever. He's like, hey, don't ask me no hard questions. I was like, okay, Terrence.
I believe that was maybe the 2-hour days of D'Lo and Casey back then.
2-hour days.
I believe the show was 2 hours one time.
Wow.
It's 2 hours on the couch.
I don't know, man. That doesn't sound right to me, but
I used to go back to work.
That's right. Little known fact, Kenny used to do the show. Little known fact, Kenny used to, when we started D'Lo and KC, Kenny was doing the show on his lunch break.
Real talk.
And nobody noticed that man was gone.
Like, I gotta go watch my son real quick. Don't listen to the radio.
Guys, I'll be right back. The Saints and the Raiders, this is from the NFL Network. The Saints and the Raiders already have the framework of a Derek Carr trade in place, a condition for Las Vegas to let the visit happen. But Carr's no trade clause means he controls whether the trade happens before 4 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday.
What you said the other day was a great point.
Thank you.
Where the benefit for Derek Carr and the Saints to do something is you can give the Raiders whatever you want, right? Like they don't have to be. Hey, I got an extra 4th and a 7th.
Mm-hmm.
You want this for Derek Carr?
Mm-hmm.
No, are you crazy? Well,
cool.
Don't take it if you don't want to. He's going to sign here in 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's
and it's very we could work out some other deals. You actually can't because Derek will just say no. If Derek wants to go to New Orleans for a 7th round pick in Kenny's orange soda over there, you're going to take the 7th round pick in Kenny's orange soda.
Orange soda's off the table.
Well, then you get the 7th round pick and no orange soda, and you take it and you like it. That's all. The Raiders have no power in this.
No.
Absolutely none. No leverage. They have absolutely nothing.
Speaking of, did you see that report yesterday about the Aces?
The investigation?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not about the trade. That's not about any trades or signings.
I thought it was about them finagling the salary cap and paying people under the table.
Oh, I missed that. I thought it
Yeah.
had to do with the girl who was pregnant.
No, I saw on the bottom line. I didn't read an article, but on the bottom line, they're being investigated for manipulating the salary cap and potentially paying people under the table, promising them stuff under the table. That's where I thought about the owner, Mark Davis. I was like, damn,
Well,
that's what's going on around here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that stuff happens or not.
Like Riley said on the Boondocks, no snitching, granddad.
I once spoke to a general manager in a rather high profile city who didn't have the cap space to sign Kara Lawson. And the crap that they tell you, well, you get down here and I'm pretty confident we could get you like $100,000 in endorsement deals. Okay, dude. Like your contract offer is like half of what she's gonna get.
Yeah.
But you're trying to make up with $100,000 in endorsement deals. I don't believe you. Made one quick call to a high profile player there. Hey, do you have any endorsement deals through the team? No. Okay. Thank you.
Look.
Of course, none of them had Mark Davis's money, so this is a whole different world.
The thing about this is WNBA, so it's a little different. But
they're being investigated for both. I was like, wait a minute. I know I read something about Derecha Hamby, and everything she posted on social media. Yeah, they're investigating both of them.
Jeez, goodness gracious. Yeah, but goodness. I will say this. The Aces, your story, just go to the NBA, the NFL. This thing's got to happen, right? Like, hey, man,
under the table money,
sign here. I got this guy at this country club I want you to meet. Just meet him. Just meet him. And somehow that guy, I don't know if it's as blatant as a duffel bag or, hey, come do this appearance.
But I don't think that what with that stuff. Now that stuff probably happens, the appearance, like that type of stuff. But we're talking about such different levels of money. Like in the WNBA, we're talking on the low end of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
We're talking millions upon millions upon millions in the NFL and the NBA.
NFL will be a little different because we are talking different types of money, but like no money's guaranteed there. NBA, they could just be like, whatever. Yeah. You're gonna give me 150 or not. Because that's all I need. I'm getting that regardless. NFL, damn, all right, yeah, you are giving me this 10 million guaranteed, but it's only 1 year that's real. You can cut me. All right, if you connect me with this guy, something like that.
Also different cap rules for the two leagues. Whereas the NFL, like, sure, hey, here's the contract, but here's the money. It's hard to envision, though. I did read a really unpleasant article about Russell Wilson this morning.
Oh, I didn't like that. I didn't read the article. I saw the headline, and that I hope that's
Brody.
Wrong. I really hope that's
hope it's that he for those who haven't seen it, there's an investigation that Russell Wilson has given a fraction of the millions upon millions of dollars he's raised through his charity foundation to charity. And I hope that that's not true. I really, really hope.
Speaking of, I'm going to address this real quick for all the jackasses out there.
Oh,
did you see who accepted an award last night?
No.
Damar Hamlin.
I did see that.
In the flesh. Accepted the award. I'm speaking all the jacket.
Is there speculation that Damar Hamlin is dead?
There was until he showed up.
He was at the AFC Championship.
They tried to say it was a fake. It was a body.
Bro, our timelines are not the. Who are you following?
I don't know. I don't know who I'm following.
You need to purge.
I said, y'all
you need to purge.
Y'all got to stop
following.
This. Y'all got to stop this.
You need to purge your following. Fix that.
Stop this.
Yeah, and I think the NFL, one of the medical directors was like, yeah, he's going to play football again.
And I saw DeMaurice Smith last night too, by the way. And I wish I would have. DeMaurice Smith just walking around. We had him on D-Lo and Casey. Like, why you take that deal? Why you do that?
Yeah, they'll never come on a little old show like D-Lo and Casey because they know we don't have to kiss your ass. We're gonna ask you questions.
Why you do that to them dudes, man?
He'll probably say it's what the players wanted.
Wow. Then we get back to the
It's
fact that people didn't vote.
it's what the most powerful players
and
wanted.
Then so many people didn't vote as well. So there's that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. James Ham on his way into the studio. Matt George going to join us here the final hour of the program. I imagine those are going to be two very different approaches to how today went for the Sacramento Kings, which of course resulted in the trade deadline passing and no deals being made.
Hey, Damian, the Kings won yesterday.
As a matter of fact that they did.
The Kings won their 31st win of the season.
Matching all of Luke Walton's totals as the head coach. It's accurate. What? He won 31 games twice.
Why did Luke have to be brought up in this?
For context, the Kings, 50-something games into the season, matched what Luke Walton did his 2 full years as a Kings coach.
Well, they matched what Luke Walton did while he had Buddy Hield on the team, because that was the problem.
Two things can be equally true. They surpassed last year's win total, so there's that. The only thing that was worse than Luke Walton was the combination of Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry, and Puke Guy.
Puke Guy. Where's Puke Guy at?
I don't know.
Where he at?
I don't care where Puke Guy is. The only people I want to know where the guys leaving the Chase Center were. Because when them brothers when the Kings get to 40 wins, those brothers got a free pass to come sit in here the whole damn day.
Yeah, they got to pull up. They got to pull up.
Find we're winning 40 games, guys. Shoot them our contact, and they could come sit in here. They could do the whole damn show with us.
They got to pull up.
Of course, I think some Kings fans are worried that the Kings ain't even going to win 40 games no more. like it's all over. Hammer's got to go get his tea before he joins us. But he's in the building. And we'll talk trade deadline stuff when James walks in. He is in the building. We'll talk to him in just a second. But I know we've focused a lot on Malik Monk. We've mentioned Terrence Davis a couple of times. Two things. One grander point. I thought the bench was incredible last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Davion Mitchell was really, really good last night. Yeah. He didn't score 20 points, didn't score 30 points, didn't do anything like that. I noticed Davion Mitchell a lot last night on both ends of the floor.
Davion, a good ball player, man. I didn't realize this until I kind of looked it up. So I'm not saying I knew this, but you look at his numbers, just his numbers. They're almost all up percentage-wise. The only thing that's not up is the points per game, and a direct correlation to that is the minutes. The minutes are drastically down. So the thought that he wasn't playing well, and while all that's going on, he's still playing A1 defense. So the fact that he wasn't good enough as a backup point guard, or he's regressing this year. Yeah, he's resting, but I wish you'd tell the whole story.
No, thank you, Doc Caraway.
Guy's not playing as much. So yeah, the numbers are going to be down. He's playing like 10 less minutes a night.
Really?
Yeah, I think last year
Davion's playing 10 less minutes a night.
Last year it was 27-7, I think. And this year I think it's
Davion
like
Mitchell played 27 minutes a game last year.
Mm-hmm. I think this year.
I think I've tried to block last year out of my mind. I didn't realize he played that much.
I didn't realize he played that much either.
I mean, I know he had a big chunk. He played a ton late, but I didn't think that would have the average. So
27.7 minutes, 18.2 this year.
Wow.
He got 11.2 field goals a game last year. Field goal attempts a game.
Mm-hmm.
This year he's only getting 5 field goal attempts a game. But he's shooting 46% from the field.
Why isn't he scoring so much then?
46% from the field compared to 42 last year. 33% from 3 compared to 31 last year. 78% from the free throw line compared to 66% last year. Everything's up except for the minutes. And obviously the points per game. And the shot attempts. And he's still locking up on the defensive end.
I thought he played really well yesterday. And again, I thought the entire bench played really well.
Metu played well yesterday too.
Who?
Metu.
Oh, yeah, Chemezi did. 44 points for the entire bench. I actually think Reliable, he was the only one who didn't score. Trey Lyles was the only one who didn't score last night.
Damn, I didn't recognize that. He had a nice little tip jam. That was after the after the buzzer. That would
so the new thing in the NBA is to try to dunk on somebody with just a massive, even if you
KJ
don't
Martin
actually
started.
do it.
KJ, Ja, and Malik Monk do that to
They're out of control. Hammer is here. I believe he's settled in. James.
I was wrong. They did not make a single move.
What else?
How do you feel about that, James?
Well, like we just got done talking to Mike Brown, right? And Mike Brown said like he's never seen a trade deadline where every team in one division got better. And the only thing I looked at him like, he's right, but he's not right. The only team that didn't get better was the Sacramento Kings. And that's a problem. I mean, like, look, there was an arms race. You saw it coming. Yet you just, I don't know if they didn't have enough to get some deals done. I don't know if like they got outbid. But when you see all of the trades that happened and the way they went down, you're just really surprised that the Kings didn't have anything in the tank at all. They couldn't have pulled off anything when like every other team in the Western Conference playoff race went out and loaded up. And so like, look, you're comfortable with your team. That's one thing. I don't know how you can be when you're one of the worst defensive teams in the league and there are defensive players that were available. You can see that some of your guys are running out of gas and that you could have used some players to help push you forward. But maybe they have some big plan for this offseason. I just don't know. Like the whole, like I hear a lot of, we were with the media guys, I hear a lot of people saying, oh, well, it's house money. It's house money. Like you're not playing with house money. You haven't made the playoffs for 16 consecutive years. There is no house money when you're the poor guy at the table. There is no such thing as house money. Like if you don't understand betting, you need to go cash out your money and then play with a few more extra, pull a few dollars out of your pocket if you believe in the house money thing. Like this team is not playing with house money. They're the 3rd seed in the Western Conference. They could easily be the 7th seed in the Western Conference in a week, maybe 2.
No, not in a week.
It won't be that long. Well, I mean, because of the All-Star break, yeah. But
no,
like,
James, no,
you're hanging on.
Like the
James, no, look,
okay.
James, the Pelicans lost 10 straight.
Yep.
And dropped what, like 11th, 12th? You know where the Pelicans are now? They're 7th.
Yeah.
Like they lost 10 games in a row.
I'm just telling you, you can say I'm being negative. You can say whatever, but all I'm saying is that the goal for this team is to not be in the play-in. Because if you're in the play-in, first of all, that is not the playoffs. It's not the playoffs. But secondly, if you're in the play-in this year, that could mean that you're going up against the Lakers. It could mean you're going up against the Golden State Warriors. It could mean you're going up against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And if you're not secure in your spot, if you're not a 6 seed, and you don't have your playoff spot secured, you can be 1 and done. You can be 2 and done. Like it's not a foregone conclusion that you're a playoff team. And so I get it. Some people say, well, maybe the deals weren't out there. Well, you see the deals now. It's not like I mean, sure, Jay Crowder for 5 second-round picks. That doesn't make any sense. So yes, you're not going to get Jay Crowder, but you look at the Thibault deal, and I know for a fact this morning the Kings were in on the Thibault stuff, and it just didn't get done. That they went with someone else. But Thibault for 2 second-round picks. You got 11.
So it had nothing to do with what the Sacramento Kings were doing or offering. They just went with someone else.
Well, or somebody else outbid them. Like we don't know
2 second-round picks.
That's it.
Don't we have like 4 million?
You got 11 second-round picks. So again, when teams are throwing 5 second-round picks and they got Thibault for 2, you couldn't have gone 3. Like, and people can say, well, Thibault, who knows what? You know what? I feel a lot more comfortable going into a playoff series against, let's say, the Dallas Mavericks with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, if I have Matisse Thybulle, than if I don't. And if I'm the Portland Trailblazers right now, and I'm looking at somehow getting to a playoff series against the Sacramento Kings, who do you think is going to be defending De'Aaron Fox the whole game? Oh, that's Matisse Thybulle. Like there's some players that like, is it the difference between them winning 45 and winning 52? No, it's not that difference, but it's a difference between you actually having a player that can help with your lack of defensive acumen.
One thing that I will say that I learned from the great Bill Walton, who learned from the great John Wooden.
Yep.
Is never mistake activity for achievement. And you talk about teams loading up in the Western Conference. Phoenix loaded up. Dallas, did they load up? I don't know. Los Angeles loaded up.
Clippers?
Los Angeles Clippers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And the Lakers.
Clippers, and the Lakers got better. Loaded up. Like, Lakers going to make top 6 now?
I
They
don't
about
know.
to lose a game tonight. There's like 25 left.
I don't know. I don't know who the Lakers are going to be. All I got to tell you is that they replaced 6 rotational players and got better.
They got better. They absolutely
and
got
those
better.
6 rotational players are better support pieces around 2 superstars than the previous guys.
They absolutely got better, but
Yeah.
they still, one of the superstars absolutely can't play more than 3 weeks in a row.
No,
so
that's true.
So there's that. LeBron has a foot issue. I think that's the reason why he's not playing tonight. He didn't finish that game on Tuesday because of a foot issue. So who knows what's going on with that? Then you talk about New Orleans and the move to get
Josh Richardson.
to Devontae Graham.
Graham hasn't really been playing for them.
Yeah, he has. I mean, that's not loading up. You know what I mean? Like what
but they got
Minnesota did.
better.
What Minnesota did isn't loading up. You know what I mean? These teams that are around the Kings, they just made move. Portland didn't load up. They moved Josh Hart to get Thibault. That's damn near lateral.
You did
There you
it.
go, Josh Hart.
That's my guy right
Josh
there.
Hart. They moved him to get to get Thibault. They got my guy Cam Reddish. That may take him over.
I don't know that
we
we even mentioned Gary Payton II went back to Golden State.
Yeah.
back to the Warriors.
Yeah.
But the Warriors that's
The Warriors
fine.
got better. I mean, they didn't get markedly better. They got better.
Okay.
I mean, Gary
that's
Payton.
but the whole point is these people ain't load up. They made a move. A lot
They're
of them
scared of the Kings. They're
well,
scared.
look,
Who's guarding De'Aaron
we
Fox?
joke,
That's what they're asking.
We joke a little bit, but a lot of them made moves to keep up. The Warriors made moves to keep up. Portland made moves to keep up.
Yeah.
I think they made moves because they feel like the conference is open.
I'm not saying specifically the Kings.
No, I know what you. Yeah.
No,
keep
and
up.
to your point, that's what, like, the conference is wide open. That's why these teams did this. They looked at him and went, man, we could go represent the Western Conference. All we got to do is make a couple of moves.
New Orleans can represent the Western Conference going from Graham to Richardson.
But they might think that if Zion comes back and Brandon Ingram comes back, and they're looking like we might have a chance to do what Phoenix did a couple.
They might have a chance with Zion and Ingram, not because they got Josh Richardson. That's my whole point.
No,
Like,
I understand.
These are moves just to kind of make a move to say we did something. Your move is getting Zion Williamson back.
Let's pause. We'll come back. Matt George will join us, and it'll be a colossal battle of positivity and negativity. Just meeting
mega powers
head to
collide.
head. It's the mega powers explode here. Next on Sacramento Sports Leader, Steelo and Casey, James Ham on ESPN 1320.
Look at him out here with a short sleeve shirt. It's a beautiful day.
It's
It
very
is a beautiful
nice
day.
outside. Yeah, it's very, very
And,
nice.
and I'll tell you, James Tyree, I'll pull this up. I wasn't disappointed that the Kings drafted Keegan Murray. I was disappointed that that's all they did on draft night. That's where there was an issue there. Like, this team needed more pieces. And, again, we can, I like Keegan Murray.
Oh boy.
Here's the thing that I'll say about that. And James, it may not, you don't have to agree or disagree with this one, but
Yeah.
you've been around the NBA long enough. You can't tell me that Monty McNair did not know what he was about to do when he drafted Keegan Murray. He knew he was getting Malik Monk. He knew he had to deal with Kevin Huerter. You cannot. We know how these things go in the league.
No, of course. Yeah.
And we didn't know that, so we're like, "What are you doing?" But he did that at the very least, knowing he was getting Malik Monk. At the very least, maybe he didn't know about Kevin Huerter 100%. I think he did, but at the very least, he knew he was getting Malik Monk.
I totally agree. And my point would always be that you still should have been able to move back one spot and got more value for the pick and still selected the same guy. The team behind you, you knew exactly who he was taking. Everyone in the league knew who they were taking, who they wanted to take. You had the pick that should have got Jaden Ivey. You should have been able to get something out of Detroit, and you didn't. That was my issue. It's that the Kings weren't one piece or two piece or three pieces away.
But here's the flip side.
They're more than that.
If I'm Detroit, why? I know you. Why? Go ahead, draft Jaden Ivey. I dare you. I dare you.
What is?
You're not going to do it. So why am I giving you?
Oh
anything?
no,
Matt, what's happening? Oh,
yo, whose mess is this?
Today we get dude love.
I may have to sit this one out.
bro. Oh, wow.
I may have to sit this one out.
What are you doing?
We may have to do this.
We may have to do.
I don't think he has a shirt on.
I don't think he does either.
I think he's wearing a doily.
Are you wearing like a quilt?
A macrame.
You're wearing
Hey.
like something your grandmother knitted.
Hey, Matt, you're not going to wear that on Friday, though. You're not going to wear that on Friday to the Golden One Center.
That's Kyle Kuzma to you, please.
You ain't going. You only going to wear that on Friday. I'll give you.
Damn right.
Wear that
You
on
damn,
Friday.
you're damn right.
All right. You switch my arm. $2.50.
This is your fault, Kenny Caraway. You hyped me up for this.
He asked for $250. I said, I ain't giving you no $250.
This is Kenny's fault. He hyped me up. He said, Matt George,
love
you could pull off the Kyle Kuzma fit.
I love it, though.
He challenged
I love
me.
it.
And I don't back down from a challenge.
You're
Although-
never just gonna come on the show
Dear
again and be
Lord.
normal, are you?
You
Why?
guys created a monster.
Yeah.
So what I want to understand is why the Kings didn't acquire my cousin Kyle. It's been
Matt,
trying out for the
Hey,
Kings.
Matt really is a WWE character at this point.
Yeah.
He came on just looking just like he cutting a promo. I love it.
I even think that's a pink beanie, isn't it?
It's really difficult to find a rainbow ski mask. Very difficult. Kyle's got connections that
I believe the one
I don't
Kyle
have.
was wearing was about $2,300.
What
Oh.
about that outfit? He looked like that. It looked like he strangled
black
one of.
joint?
Yeah, the one.
Yeah,
It
that was
looked
great.
like he like strangled one of the.
That's next
the,
week, Matt.
The flowy arm guys.
That's next week.
The
I
blow
don't-
up.
I spent the budget. I'm sorry, I spent the budget. This is a blanket that someone gave my child.
I was gonna say there's no way you spent anything on that.
Excuse me. This was like $23, including shipping.
Matt Shiesty.
This is KC's fault.
Well, all right.
I want you to know.
Wow.
So let's have a serious discussion, all right?
Yeah, I was gonna be like this will be an interesting
Let's talk
have-
Kings.
have a serious discussion about the trade deadline. There's a good chance James just leaves. Like they just like forget.
Yeah,
this.
there is.
Y'all made me stop here for this.
Matt makes my job so much easier for social when he comes on.
He does. He makes
Happy to help.
Who was that? Nick Van Excellent in the chat. That's a good one. I ain't in the on Twitter. That's a good one.
Well,
the what was that Fat Albert character?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what he looks like. Yeah. Mumbles?
Oh,
What-
yeah, that's what. Yeah.
It's not Russell, right?
Yeah. This is where we are.
This is it. This is what success looks like.
I for one appreciate it.
Lush
Matt.
Mouth?
Great
It is.
job. Great
Thank
job.
you. Thank you, Casey. Did you appreciate my poetry? Why don't you interact with me on social media? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
I
interact
comment
with-
on your stuff. I tag you and stuff. Nothing. Crickets.
Okay, Matthew. Yeah, right. Be serious. Hang on, Matt. Well, three serious broadcast journalists are here. D'Lo Casey, James Ham. I don't know really how to describe what's happening with Matt. I don't know when this started. Like, we used to just sit down and talk Kings basketball with Matt. Something has happened in recent weeks. We had the return of Maddie McQueen, which got a big pop, but unfortunately the next week Maddie McQueen turned into Sadie McQueen. And then we got the birth of Drake poetry.
Lord Batty.
I don't
shout out to that Drake poetry.
I don't know what this is, but Matt is dressed like a Amazon basic version of Kyle Kuzma with a ski mask,
great value,
pulled over, and
Great value
he's
Kuz.
clearly wearing his baby's quilt with no shirt on, I think, and has just made everybody.
It's the only way to do it.
You got to go to YouTube and see this.
I looked it up on Fat Albert. It's actually Dumb Donald, which makes a ton of sense here.
Okay.
Oh,
That's the character with the beanie over his head.
Yep.
And the beanie was pink too, just so like Matt's beanie here. Yeah.
I love it, Matt. I love it, man. Don't let the haters bring you down, man. I'm with you. I'm riding with you, big dog.
Wasn't Dumb Donald president? Sorry.
Okay.
Now he's
Hi.
All right. All right.
Hi, Matty Kuzma here. I'm wearing this outfit, one, because of Kenny Caraway, and two, in active protest of the Sacramento Kings not going out and trading for my cousin Kyle, who has auditioned time and time again in Sacramento by putting buckets on the Kings, and yet the Kings never go out and get him, even though it was the Lakers' fault that he didn't come for the first time. Poor Kyle.
Now, wait a minute, Matt Shiesty. This is the question that I ask everybody. How do you know they didn't try?
Well, Kyle's my cousin. He texted me.
Well, he's not the front office, so I don't know how he would know.
Okay, let's try to reel this in here a little bit, because we know how James feels regarding the Kings not making a deal these last couple of days, or today, the trade deadline coming and going. Matt, what do you think about the Kings not making a deal?
I think it's totally fine. In fact, I think it's 100% what I expected. I mean, my expectation for the last couple of weeks, and I've said it on Locked On Kings for the past couple of weeks, is I expect this team to either make very minor moves, which Kessler Edwards is an extremely minor move, or stay put. And on trade deadline day, they stay put. I understand that this Kings team clearly has holes, and in no way am I saying, or is Monty McNair thinking, that this Kings team is perfect as is. But in terms of this core and the schedule that they're on, like, to me, the rest of the league reacted today. The rest of the Western Conference reacted today to the Kevin Durant bombshell last night. And the teams that are reacting are teams that have win now windows and older teams that are expected to make it right now. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings are amongst those teams in a position to where, sure, it's no guarantee that they'll ever be the third seed again at this point, but at the same time, they're ahead of schedule. They have guys under contract in the same, well, to some extent, with hopefully an extension to Harrison Barnes and an extension to Domantas Sabonis looming in the next couple of off seasons. And in addition to that, like, they're all in the same age timeline and everything. So the Kings are ahead of schedule. And while other teams, I felt, had to react and had to kind of panic by the Suns forcefully inserting themselves into the Western Conference Finals and maybe NBA Finals sweepstakes, the Kings are in a position to where they can sit comfortably knowing that this core has gotten them this far, and any addition that they were going to make today was a 7th, 8th man in the rotation that sure would have helped, especially with bolstering depth, maybe saving De'Aaron's legs and saving Domantas Sabonis' legs a little bit and improving the defense, minor adjustments, minor improvements, things like that. But in reality, the core six, the ones that weren't going to get moved today, the ones that weren't going to get touched, those are the six, and especially the top two in Fox and Sabonis, that are going to take the Kings as far as they're going to go. So I expected a very underwhelming day, and I expected Kings fans to not necessarily overreact, but be a little disappointed compared to what the rest of the league would do, because with the West being in such a tight race, I expected fireworks, and we got it outside of Sacramento, which I thought was necessary.
You know, Matt and James as well, Damien as well. One of the things I feel gets lost in all of this when you talk about the Sacramento Kings is maybe I'm a one-man wolf pack, but I think the Kings are pretty damn good.
Yeah,
they are. Like, I think they're a good team. You know what I mean? And they're a team that's 8 games over 500 for a reason, and that doesn't mean they're flawless or they're without any type of holes in the roster, but I think they're a good team as is. And when we talk about, like, it's got to get guys to come in and save the legs of Sabonis and Fox and things of that nature. To me, that time was December and January. That time's over. We're going to come back from the All-Star break, and it's a sprint to try and make the playoffs. And Domantas and Fox are going to be playing their 35 minutes a night. Like, the time to save their legs, that's over. It's time to get the job done now. So when you get to talking about the trade deadline and who you would bring in, if there was a deal there to be made and somebody was there to do it, which it's all good. I'm not against the deal, but I also look at this situation as they have a good team, and if you're worried about saving legs, that time's over. It's time to bring this thing on home.
Well, I see Joseph Thomas in the chat, and this is something that I've interacted with a lot today, saying Matt continues to be way too confident in this team. They haven't given me a reason not to be. I mean, you look at the situation they're in. I know there are inefficiencies with this team. There are clear holes. You don't have to be a genius to recognize that. But at the same time, this Sacramento Kings team has avoided skids that almost every other one of these teams in the Western Conference have been on. They have not lost more than 2 consecutive games since November. They continue to respond. They overcome adversity. They had a horrible shooting stretch during this road trip, had 2 games without their star in De'Aaron Fox, still went 4-3. The 6-game road trip earlier in the season, went through adversity during that trip. Still came home 3rd-3. This team has shown a consistent ability to respond and win in different ways. This team has shown me more reason to believe in them this year than to not believe in them based off of the last 16 years of maybe our wounded expectations as Kings fans. That has nothing to do with this Kings team. This Kings team has consistently showed me, as constructed, they are capable of remaining where they're at. And the West was always going to be difficult. It was never going to be easy for the Kings to close this out. There were always going to be teams biting at the ankles of the Kings because the Kings are the least experienced team out of this bunch. The addition of Kevin Durant, damn right, makes it harder. The addition of Kyrie Irving, you're damn right, it makes it harder. But this is the experience that you want this team to get. So they're either going to learn how to win and be successful and maintain this spot, which I think they will maintain a top 6 seed, maybe not top 3 or top 4 in home court advantage, but top 6 seed is the goal. I think they will do that. Or they're going to fail trying and learn from that experience and hopefully come back an even better team next year. It's my belief that this experience plus playoff experience and probably a playoff loss is what this Kings team needs to help make that jump to the next level. That the core is what needs to establish or what needs to experience that, not Matisse Thybulle or Richardson or whoever, insert name here, depth guy that Monty McNair might have acquired.
James.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I'll just say, like, this team is 24th in the league in defensive rating. They are absolutely atrocious. That's not playoff basketball, and it's not the final 25 games of the season basketball either. Like, they know. Mike Brown talked about it today. The game changes after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
This is when the real teams come out and play, and the teams that don't understand that get thumped. And like
Mike said that?
Yeah, he said today. He said, like, look, after the All-Star game, this is when the playoffs really start. This is when it starts. This is
based on what?
Based on, like, every year that you're in the league, you watch teams come into the, like, that last 25 games is always difficult. It's where teams look at, like, Dave Yeager's 39-win team, right? What were they after the All-Star break? They were so far under 500. Like, they just got thumped.
They also couldn't play in the half court, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they were great the whole first half of the season. It didn't matter whether they played in the half court or not.
Well, because they ran people out of gyms, but Dave Yeager was also consistent in saying that team didn't know enough to run more than basic plays. That's a problem. This team is way more advanced than that.
That team also didn't know how to play defense at all. And this team, just like this team, doesn't know how to play defense. Like, that's the problem. Like, and so, well, I agree that, like, you know, they're still probably going to be in the playoff picture. Like, there is potential for them because I don't believe the play-in is the playoffs. And I don't think the league counts the play-in as the playoffs either. If you can't avoid the 7 seed, you're going to be in trouble. And again, this team doesn't have the experience. Who is it was it Cleveland that got bounced? Who is it? Charlotte, the last 2 years that made it to the play-in and got bounced, right? That's what you're trying to avoid if you're the Kings. And to be honest, I just don't think they did enough. Like, this team is fun. They have clear holes. They have their rotation might end at 7 guys, 8 guys at the most. And then they have clear holes. And it's not like we're talking about something we didn't talk about 2 weeks ago or 3 months ago. Still the same holes. And you know that they're there. I mean, Mike is doing patchwork stuff to get the team through. So, I mean, I get it. At the same time, like, I hear people, the buyout market. Maybe the Kings will jump into the buyout market. It's like, when has a buyout player ever come to Sacramento? When do they like get out of a contract with a team that they're with and go, oh, I'm going to go play for the Kings? It's never happened. So I get it. But at the same time, maybe this year is different. Maybe I am slightly jaded, but you know, we got a lot of things to talk about here. And you can even like you opened up, Matt, by mentioning that Harrison Barnes will get an extension. Harrison Barnes may leave this summer. And so we can't say that this team is on the rise or they're way ahead of schedule. No, they're 15 years behind schedule. They're just catching up to where they should have been many times before.
Where can I see this schedule you two speak of? Is it posted somewhere? Is there a magnet that I could put on my refrigerator?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like you can't just shirk off the 3 seed. Say, oh, well, we don't really belong at the 3 seed, so it's okay if we fall a couple of spots. No, you're in it. Like you're in it, like every other team is in it. Why do people think that the Kings can't be someone who goes out and trades for somebody at the trade deadline?
And they're in it because of the guys they have, and the guys that are in it are fully confident that they can maintain that. Like I also don't think that it's fair to the guys that have done it all year long. All year long. They've answered every bell. We've come in here on every Monday, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever, and said, yo, this stretch right here, they've got to get it done or else I can't take them seriously. Every time they get it done. And they are probably looking at this situation as they didn't make a move. Thank you. I love my teammates. Let's go finish what we started. We're good enough. Like I don't know where they're going to be 3, 4, 5, or 6, or even 7 or 8, but I know this team doesn't lack confidence, and I know it's a good team. It's a good ball club. They've done their work early where they're 8 games over 500, where there's been a couple of numbers going on right now. I talk all the time. Finish the season on a 500 record for the rest of the season. And what these other teams have to do to beat the other teams to like beat them if the Kings play 500 basketball are like 18-9 to finish the season. Like they've got to play pretty damn good if the Kings are just average. And they've done that because of the buffer that they've created at this point, up until this point into the season.
I would say that the top 7, 8 players, sure. The rest of the team, like there comes a point where you owe it to the players that are actually playing, that are actually carrying the load, that the guys that Sabonis is playing so many minutes, Fox is playing so many minutes. These guys that are sitting there game in and game out, you owe it to them to add reinforcements to the team, to make their lives easier, to help them get over the hump and to secure whatever position they can get at the playoffs. And this shouldn't be about like, how far can we drop? It should be about how far can we climb? Like, how good can we be? And I think we're limiting how good the Kings can be by saying, well, you know, they're not there yet. So it's fine that they do nothing at this trade deadline when everyone else in not only their division, but everyone else vying for a Western Conference playoff spot did something to get better.
So my question is, though, why are we looking at this with the expectation that the Kings are going to drop when the Kings are closer to the 2nd seed than they are to the play-in picture, to 7, 8, 9, 10
or 2 games?
But okay, but that's still the situation. Like
Yeah.
they're still closer. They're in this position. They're 8 games over 500. We're well over 50 games into the season. No matter what, it was going to be a fight at the end of the season. I just don't understand what adding an 8th or 9th man to the rotation is going to do. You think that's going to fix your defensive rating? I think Matisse Thybulle would have helped defensively, absolutely. But is he going to replace Davion, or is he going to replace Malik Monk in the rotation? And if so, that's 12 minutes a night. I mean, we're not talking about someone who's going to come in and take a starting spot and play a significant role who is going to completely change the way the Sacramento Kings play. It's still on the core players who are learning how to play defense and, quite frankly, not good at playing defense to figure things out throughout the rest of the season. I think that's like my main point is it was always going to be on the untouchable, for lack of a better term, the 6 that Monty is committed to essentially to figure it out. And adding reinforcements is great, but I think there was too much expectation that a reinforcement, a Mason Plumlee, was going to come in here and make that much of a significant difference, when in reality, they're holding minutes down.
Plumlee, Thybulle, and Josh Richardson weren't going to keep the Clippers from chasing down the Kings or the Suns. Like that's my whole thing. Are those guys good ball players, and can they help? Absolutely. But the fate of what this team does this year is on those 8 guys that you talked about.
It is now. I certainly, I'll tell you, if I'm going into a playoff series with Portland, Golden State, Denver, Dallas, name that team, even the Timberwolves, and I have a choice between having Matisse Thybulle to slow down one of their scores or not having Matisse Thybulle, I'm going to choose to have him, which is what the Philadelphia 76ers have done for the last 3 years. They just decided to go away from it this year, and that's their prerogative. You know, he's a restricted free agent. They didn't want to pay him. There's plenty of reasons. They got young guys that are coming up, but we're talking about a guy who's two-time second team all NBA defensive team. I mean, like, these things do matter. Like, if you can slow one player, that actually does matter in the NBA. So I think, like, look, there's not one player that was going to fix everything, but if you added 2 or 3 players to shore up the back end of your rotation, you very well could have gone from 24th in defensive rating right now to 15th by the end of the season.
But add 2 or 3 impactful players while giving up assets that you don't value. Like, you weren't going to trade away top 6, top 7 guys on the roster. Nobody wants Richaun Holmes' contract. Richaun Holmes has negative value. Maybe you part from Terrence Davis and you have a boatload of second-round picks. But why do we think that that's a valuable trove to throw out there to entice anybody? I know I saw 5 second-rounders for Jay Crowder. I know it was like, 2 second-rounders for Matisse Thybulle. Maybe the price was different for the Sacramento Kings. Maybe they wanted something that Monty wasn't willing to give up. I just don't think that realistically it was realistic to expect 2 to 3 acquisitions that are going to make a difference for this roster when you're not giving up anything outside of, at best, Terrence Davis.
Yeah, but again, look at what these other teams gave up for those players. And it's all second-round picks. Like, that's what they gave up. So you can't say, well, we don't know if they would have, if the deal was different for the Kings. Like, it's the NBA. If you have a better deal, you take a better deal. Like, that's the way it goes. And the Kings have already shown us that they don't care about their second-round picks at all. They traded last year for Sasha Vezenkov that may never come over. They traded the other one for 2 future second-round picks. It ended up being Jaden Hardy, which is actually a really good young player on Dallas Mavericks. Like, they've shown us that they don't really value those as player chips, that they value them as trade options. And I'm not saying go out there and trade 5 of them because I thought that was crazy. But certainly you had expiring contracts you could have pieced together and you could have made moves to get some of these players. And one player would not have changed everything. 2 players, 3 players, they would have helped you. They would have helped you cement where you are in the standings. They would have helped you be a better team.
We fall in love with the idea of change, and we often think change is better. Sometimes I don't think change is always better. Matisse Thybulle I'm with you. I'm 100% on your side, James, with Matisse Thybulle. I think he's a really good player. We don't know that it would have worked. Like, I mean, sure. And you could say that about anything. Like, and,
of course.
And I've been saying that, like, Kevin Durant to the Suns. It looks crazy, but there are some flaws in this whole idea. Now, again, Kevin Durant's so great. Devin Booker's so great. They got a great coach, DeAndre Ayton. Maybe they could all get on track. Everything work out. You can, if you look at both sides, like, it can be a little like, all right, like I get the good, I get the bad. I don't feel like the change was out there for the Kings. I believe that the depth was out there with hopes of adding to the depth was out there, but I don't believe there was anything truly moving out there. And I think one disconnect that James and I have is and I know I have a gut feeling and you have numbers. I actually think the Kings are better defensively than that 23rd rating that they have. Why they don't consistently play better than that, I'm not sure. But we see it, and we've talked about it. The glimpses. Well, if basketball really does change after the All-Star break, then we need to see longer doses of those glimpses. Those glimpses need to be full-on looks. Like, they need to go out longer, because clearly, if we're talking, Matt was talking about this a minute ago, a vote of confidence from this front office to that roster. Okay, you're going to have to reward that vote of confidence with what we saw on the defensive end against Minnesota and against San Antonio. That's what we're going to need to see, because what we saw yesterday, which we've barely got to talk about, but what we saw yesterday, hey, we'll take the win. That was trash.
You gave 130 points to a horrible team.
Can't do that. So, hey, we're all here. Everybody feel good? I know you tweeted today that Monty and Wes were at practice. Hey, I believe in you guys. You're going to have to reward me for that and not give up 130 the next time we play one of the worst teams in the league. Somebody say something. I don't know. I know there was no question there.
You're just out there speaking facts. Look, I'm going to keep saying it. Don't nobody score with them, man. Don't nobody score with the Kings, and we've been dismissing it for months now. It's gonna change. It's gonna change. When they score, don't nobody score with them. Like, they score at an elite level. And I'm not saying that's going to win you a championship. I'm not saying that's going to guarantee you the top 6. But nobody in the league has been able to figure that out yet on a consistent basis. Toronto did one time. I think Minnesota in the first time. But a lot of that had to do with the Kings missing wide open threes. Like, no, but when this team scores, when they get 115 or more, they rarely ever lose because teams can't score with them. And it's not even like 5 times at this point. It's like 30 games where they scored 115 or more, and they're like 28-6 or something like that.
Yeah, but the worst team in basketball just scored with them last night, and the only reason they won is because Eric Gordon clearly didn't. Like, I have no idea what happened.
He's like, I'm out of here. I'm fouling De'Aaron.
But we can move the goalposts on almost like on plenty of Kings wins this season if we want to. We can nitpick. Oh, if this didn't have the bottom line is the Kings won. Like they
I don't think that's what James was doing. I think James was more focused on
the 115.
You can't give up that amount of points.
Yeah.
Oh, agreed. I mean, no one's going to say that it's a good defense when you're giving up that many points. But the point is, even though the Kings have consistently struggled defensively throughout the season, giving up far more points than they need to, they're still winning the majority of the games they play. They're still 8 games above 500. So whether teams can hang offensively with the Kings or not, like Kenny is saying, like defensively, this team has shown an ability, at least at this point in the season, to get the stops needed when it matters, get the key turnovers needed when it matters, or hit the big shot when it matters. And it's not just 1 or 2 guys doing it every single night. It's a different guy with the depth that the Kings have stepping up on a different night. And also, like, we don't know what other level this Kings team is capable of taking it to. These games are as meaningful as De'Aaron has ever played in his entire career. These games might be as meaningful as Domantas Sabonis has ever played in his entire career. And you can go down the list of this roster. Like these 2 games against, like, to me, the playoffs start now. Like these 2 games against the Mavericks tomorrow and Saturday, huge games. Then you have the Suns that are shorthanded. Kevin Durant's probably not going to play in that game on February. That might be a must-win game because you have 2 more against Phoenix when Durant is going to be back later on. Like, put up or shut up time too. Like, this is where I expect De'Aaron. If De'Aaron's getting better defensively, okay, go out and win me a game offensively and defensively in the fourth quarter. De'Aaron, Domantas Sabonis, the same thing. So I expect this team to even get better in crucial situations if they are truly the team they thought they are. And if they don't rise to that occasion, well, then you have to reanalyze, if you're Monty McNair, this upcoming offseason.
Question for everyone. Dallas, Phoenix, LA. Dallas, Phoenix, the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
Those the teams that got the best over the last 24 hours? Got improved the most the last 24 hours?
I'm not a believer of Dallas personally. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work.
I'm kind of with you on that.
You want to talk about not playing no defense?
Yeah,
like, there's that.
Yeah, I mean, like Phoenix gave up a ton too. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
literally the mortgage broker guy, he mortgaged everything. He walked in the door and said, "Okay, we're not only giving up 2 exceptional young forwards, we're giving up 4 first-round picks and pick swaps and everything else." I thought that was crazy.
and that's exactly what I was talking about. Those were the splashy moves, but we've got to see that executed. And even if it executes to perfection for everyone involved, those 3 teams, they're already top 6 teams. So it's really, what do you think about Minnesota and New Orleans? Is Golden State finally going to make that run? These are teams, Portland, these are teams that haven't done that yet.
No, I mean, even the Lakers. But
and the Lakers, again, the Lakers got the Bucks tonight with nobody.
Oh, yeah.
It's Anthony Davis versus the Bucks tonight. Even Patrick Beverly is gone. Like, they've got nothing.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if the Bucks are going to win the game. I know who should win the game.
Yeah.
That's another loss for the Lakers. At some point, and this is use Kenny's line, the season's going to end.
I agree. The only thing you worry about with the Lakers is somehow you end up in the play-in, and then you got to go against them in one.
They might not end up in the play-in. Is the point that
No,
I'm trying to
I mean,
make.
that's possible, but we're like, if they're going to catch the Kings, that's one thing. But catching the teams that are right there above them, that's not. I mean, there are two teams that are literally going to fall and drop that they can move and be the 11th spot. So all they got to do is take down one more team, whether
Hey,
it's Portland or it's.
And look here,
Minnesota.
you play the Lakers in the play-in, you beat them.
You're 3-1 against them.
Like, what are we afraid of?
Yep.
With this team? Like, the team 8 games over 500. They putting 130 on everybody every time they play them. You beat them.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
I'll point out too, they
be a sweet way to get to the playoffs. Too, by the way, if you beat the Los Angeles.
Well, it'd be
Lakers.
2 with the Warriors too.
Oh, that would
Get
be
'em
nice.
both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
Well, hopefully you only need one.
Yeah.
The Kings' strength
Well,
of
hopefully
schedule.
we need none. By the way, hopefully we need none.
The Kings' remaining strength of schedule is the third most difficult in the NBA. It's a 524 win percentage.
Schedule is on the bingo card.
Yeah, there you go.
Hammer.
They got
Very
3
nice
games against the Suns. They've got 1 against the Nets, which like that doesn't matter. They still have 1 against the Bucks. They still have 1 against the Celtics, 1 against the Nuggets, 3 against Dallas. Some of these teams that weren't that tough might be a little more difficult.
And once again, I wish you'd tell the whole story, because when they play Phoenix, they should beat Phoenix on Tuesday. Phoenix won't have no Mikal Bridges, no Cam Johnson, no Kevin Durant.
Go ahead, Matt.
But this is what we want. Like, this is what you want the Sacramento Kings to face this. This is the experience that this team needs to get. Like, this is what you want. I mean, a clear path to the playoffs, no matter the circumstances, was never going to be easy. Like, it just never was going to be. There was going to be some team that either made a big move at the trade deadline, or multiple teams like we saw, or teams that have had the experience and have the experience before that were going to put pressure on the Sacramento Kings and be biting at the heels, so that even the Kings have to be worried on a night when they're not playing a Western Conference team that if they lose, they're going to lose ground. Like, that's the reality of the situation. That's the experience that this Kings team needs to get to. I agree with Kenny 100%. What are you afraid of? You've gotten this far as a group. You believe in each other. You believe in what you're doing. You know you have inefficiencies. Everybody else knows you have inefficiencies. Everybody else also knows that you can put up 130 to 140 points on them on any given night if the ball's dropping. Plus, if you get to the fourth quarter and it's a close game, you can't stay in front of De'Aaron Fox, even if your name is Matisse Thybulle. Like, De'Aaron can get anywhere he wants on the floor in the fourth quarter. There's nothing anybody can do to stop him, in my opinion, at this point in time. So the Sacramento Kings, as of right now, should have all confidence that if they slide, it's going to be minor. And then all these games, all these tests, they're going to be ready to meet it. Like, and that's why I think Monty McNair is right in having that faith in this roster to not make any kind of drastic move or the wrong minor move to try and change their positioning. What are you afraid of?
I can tell you this, like, the San Francisco 49ers were a really fun team this year. They're really good. They became a great team when they went and got Christian McCaffrey. And
Christian McCaffrey wasn't available for the Kings.
They're also a
There was
super.
no Christian McCaffrey to get.
We're not
Christian
sure
McCaffrey is one of the best players in the league. You
we're not
weren't getting one of the best players in the league for the Sacramento Kings.
We're not sure that that's the case, because there were great players that got moved all over the place.
Well, we're also talking about a team that has win now expectations
Really
versus a team in Sacramento that's chilling, like a team that's on the right path.
Why would the Kings be chilling? Like, that to me, that never makes any sense.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
The two best players that were moved were Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. You said hell no to Kyrie, so take him off the board. And the Kings don't even have 4 first-rounders to give the Nets for Kevin Durant. That's Christian McCaffrey.
But there were other very good players that were moved, like at the deadline.
Who's Christian McCaffrey?
Well, I don't know that a Christian.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think a Christian McCaffrey player was moved. Durant's above McCaffrey. McCaffrey's it was flawless. Like it worked out beautifully.
Yeah.
But there was also look, this isn't working here. We don't know what we could do with this. He landed in the most perfect spot imaginable. I have no clue who that player is in the NBA and whether that play
or maybe if that player would even work with.
Maybe
the
it was OG.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But
who nobody went and got.
Or Toronto wasn't willing to give up.
I think that's where Toronto went. They went out and got Pirtle and were like, all right, maybe we keep the band back together one more year and see if we can figure this
I don't
thing
know
out.
what the issue is with the Raptors, but to me, it's not talent.
No.
And I don't know.
I agree.
I don't mean to be disparaging to Coach Nick Nurse. I don't know if it's him. There's something off with them because
Yeah.
there's no reason for that team being in the position that they
I
are.
agree.
Yeah,
Van Fleet didn't even get moved.
I mean, like, look,
Right.
we talk about like the Kings.
Van Fleet's damn near the new John Collins at this point.
There we go.
They're trying to move Van Fleet every trade.
Well, he's
deadline.
restricted. I mean, he's unrestricted at the end of the year, and he turned down a major contract extension, and so they're like looking around. I'd make this point too. Like, look, we don't know what's out there and what could help this team and what couldn't, but like they're clearly at a point where you can see that they could get better if they took another swing, if they could get another big time player. And it's about setting yourself up to not just make the playoffs one time and then not make it. And I'll keep pointing to that. Just because they could possibly make it this year does not mean that they will make it next year. And it doesn't mean that they'll be able to bring back Harrison Barnes or a player as good as Harrison Barnes. And you might be taking that step back. So there should never be a hangout moment. Like if you can go and get better, especially long term, and we talk about like all these little moves. How do we know there couldn't have been a big move? Like, yeah, you could upset the delicate balance in the locker room. That's worth it to cement yourself as a really good playoff team long term. Like if there's a way that you could have got in on a Mikal Bridges, or if you could have got in on an OG Anunoby, and you had to give up something and take a step back today to be really good for 3 years or 4 years or 5 years,
I just don't know that
you got to take that risk.
James, would you have traded Keegan Murray for Mikal Bridges?
That would have been tough, but I would have had to consider it.
Matt,
what about you, Matt?
Nope. I'm not budging.
I don't think I would.
And it's not even really the talent. It's
I would have
the
loved to have seen them
potential and
together.
the
How do we get
contract
those two
situation when
together?
you have
yeah,
Sabonis and Fox. Well, Fox is already good, but Sabonis potentially Barnes.
Well, Fox is good for now.
Yeah, right.
It's not that far away.
Right.
Yeah,
There's some
I don't think the
contracts you gotta
Kings
deal with.
would not have done it. Like from my conversations with them, they think so highly of Keegan Murray that they wouldn't have even ventured that. But that doesn't mean that they wouldn't have given up something to unlock their first round picks and like unloaded a truckload of first round picks to go get a player.
Can we we're mention something just more slightly lighthearted that I noticed the other day? I think Matt will appreciate this. I really believe Keegan Murray is tired of people bringing up the fact that he doesn't react to anything.
He's actually probably getting pissed off.
No, did you? Did you see? Like he was on. I think it was with Drapes and Kenny, the must-see show following Kings games. And I don't remember if it was Draper or Kenny, but somebody said something about him not smiling and reacting. It was the day De'Aaron came back, and he was just like, "Yeah." I think he's over it. I think he's like, guys, like we've established this. Like, will you stop bringing it up?
And he's 100% in the right. I would tell people, shut the hell up. Stop asking me about that. I'm never going to smile in my life. Stop asking me. What did Nick Saban say? Quit asking.
Yeah.
I have a house
you
full of
shouldn't have yelled at
introverts.
Marie Taylor
Like
that
I
way.
get it. I have a house full of introverts, and like
Your house did not look like it was full of introverts, by the way.
oh my son and my wife both are total introverts. Inside the house, they're fine. Outside the house, nope. And that's one of those things where it's like, look, that's who he is. He can't help that that's how he reacts. And I could see it wearing on him after all this time. Like I've tried to get him to laugh here and there, and he does like
that
crack a
probably
smile.
pisses him off even more.
Matt, ask him tomorrow.
Ask Keegan to laugh.
Ask him why he doesn't smile.
What if he
Go
busts
ahead.
out a Kawhi?
I'll give you
Leonard laugh?
$3, Matt. I'll give you $3.
What if he hits us with a
He goes all awkward laugh.
Clearly Matt's an introvert with his quilted shirt /
Matt's a
blanket.
star. He's a damn star.
Also, Keegan showed his personality on Star Wars night when he tried to do a Wookiee sound. So I'm Team Keegan on at least giving that a shot
Hold
too.
up.
And he was smiling.
Who's that?
I don't know what a Wookiee is, but when did this happen?
It was so Star Wars night. They did impersonate the characters. Terrence Davis was a part of it too, and absolutely refused to do every single one.
That's why I love Terrence Davis.
And Keegan Murray did all of them in the same tone, except he smiled and laughed when he tried to do Chewbacca, the big hairy thing.
Well, I know what Chewbacca is, but what's
Chewbacca's a Wookiee.
Oh, that's what a Wookiee is.
Yeah, walking rug.
Okay.
So you got some personality out of Keegan.
There's more than one Chewbacca?
Now you're gonna get.
Is there
yes,
a family
there
of
are.
Chewbaccas?
Yes, they're
Really?
they're a race of.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Really insensitive of you, actually.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about Star Wars in February. We ain't doing that.
These guys, they
When's
have
Wookiee
no
History
idea.
Month?
Yeah, let's see if Matt will do a Wookiee noise for us.
Yeah,
That's what
can
I-
you do that? What's a Wookiee sound like?
Nope.
Bro, you're wearing a quilt. You can't make a
Wow.
Wookiee noise?
There's a line. There is a line that I don't cross,
Oh,
and it's
wow.
that.
And we finally found it. Who knew? Matt, great stuff as always. James, great stuff as always. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app and you want more coverage of this trade deadline day, you want more from James Ham and the whole crew and Matt George, hang tight. We're going to run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
Oh, man. That's good stuff. D-Lo racist
That
against
was damn
Wookiees.
great.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
That was
I didn't
damn
know
great.
Wookiees were a race.
I had no idea what it was.
Yeah, there's like in one of them, a bunch of them get killed.
Oh my
So it
well,
kind of
that
like-
sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right. It wasn't
So
on
you're
a
like,
ship,
oh,
was
okay.
it?
No.
Like, come on, man. This is why I don't watch this shit. It's because of that stuff right there.
Yep.
Killing off the
A bunch of them were
Wookiees.
working.
Dwayne Dedman is available. Hell
Oh, that's
yeah.
the other name I was trying to
Dwayne
think of.
Dedman.
I kept we kept mentioning Serge Ibaka.
What you guys think about Serge, Dwayne, or Nerlens?
I know Brendan likes Nerlens, and the Kings had conversations. Like there were some chatter that they had conversations about Nerlens. That's a possibility. Again, is he a game changer? I don't know. And you have to waive somebody to do that, which I mean, the Kings could easily at this point do a buyout for Alex Len.
Do they? So they don't have a spot. We were trying to figure out if they.
No, they're at 15. Yeah, with the
Is
new
that
guy.
Once the 10-day expires?
New guy.
Oh, they already
Well,
replaced
they
it.
waived
Yeah,
Deontay
they-
Burton.
Yep. Because they
Yeah.
replaced it with it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, gang. I gotta run to pick up my kid.
Hey, buddy, put a shirt on before you
What?
go. Yeah, just grab a t-shirt on the way out.
He's
or
already wearing a sweater
hoodie.
under that. What are you talking about?
Looking like a Wookiee.
He
Oh,
looks
my.
like Matt. Can you turn your screen off before you stand up?
Oh, there it is. There it is. You're the
Later, guys.
best. Great stuff, man.
All right.
Here, Matt.
Thanks.
See ya.
Oh man, yeah. Let's shut this down so
Yeah.
everybody can go home. Great stuff, man.
Baseball.
Thank you guys for tapping in today. Thanks for trusting us with your Kings content. Over 2,000 people have already tuned in to today's show, man. So we appreciate you.
Much love,
Yeah, where are we at with likes? Oh yeah, let's get to 5. Let's go.
Come on
Let's
now.
go. Get us to 500, man.
Come
Let's
on
go.
Let's
We
go.
well above 4 now. Let's get to 5, man.
We here now.
And I'm
You
sure
won't lose.
episode of the Kings Beat will drop later today, so be on the lookout for that. And then be back here tomorrow with more James Ham
I'll be
in
back.
studio.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I'll be
man.
back
In
tomorrow.
studio.
We
That's
got a
good
game
stuff.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we got a home game tomorrow.
I got a busy day tomorrow.
All right, we'll see you guys. Thank you.